Okay. Good morning. It's time to call March 18th Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. And first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. And let's have Sherry, your turn again.
A pleasure. I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first item on the agenda is oral communications. Anybody can come forward and talk about anything that's not printed on the agenda. And I have one card. So Kathy, come on up.
Wonderful, beautiful blessings on this morning to all of the board members and Mr. Pedro and Sarah. I have two announcements that I would be honored to make to you concerning a man of extreme integrity. Rafael Cruz is coming to our county. He has been asked to come by the California Republican Women Federated, and he will be speaking at the Black Oak Casino at the Conference Center. I imagine around, after dinner time. I don't know if there are any more tickets left, but he is an amazing speaker, and you could call Margaret at the junction and see if there are any possible tickets left. They're $45 a piece, and it's for dinner and, of course, his speaking. In addition to that, our Tuolumne County Ministerial Association has asked him to come and speak at Chapel in the Pines at 6 o'clock on Sunday night. And everyone is welcome. There is not only parking in our parking lot, the chapel parking lot, but also the parking lot, the All Saints up the street will accept anyone who wants to park there. Also, I know that anybody who comes will appreciate the American dream being set forth through this man and his family. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Haff, and I'm a county staff, but right now I'm here before you as part of the team of the Central Sierra Connect Broadband Consortium. That's a consortium, for those of you who don't know, that are trying to bring broadband to the rural motherlode, West Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties. And we are having a broadband summit on April 24th. Also at the Black Oak Casino. Actually, it's at the hotel downstairs in their facilities on the 24th of April. And we're inviting, besides staff, the boards of supervisors and planners and people that work with public works and IT, we're also inviting business leaders and tribal community and economic development folks, visitors bureau, chambers members, Chamber of Commerce members. We want to get a good group of people together from all 5 of these counties to discuss what it takes to bring broadband to our communities. And this is a vital summit, and I hope you'll all consider being there. We've gotten quite a bit of feedback and RSVPs already, so it's sure to be a packed event. I will leave the information back here on the table, and if anybody in the viewing public wants more information, please call Daryl Slocum, and his number is 209-770-5777. Joining with this, we're also doing a Map Your Speed project in all 5 counties. And as you probably know, high-speed internet is lacking in our motherlode region. However, our area's coverage is not accurately reflected on the CPUC map, and that's a problem. So what we're asking is that people go to the map and find their location, whether it's their home or business, and find out what their speed is. There's a speed test you can do to find out how many megabits per second is your download and how many is your upload. And from there, report any of your findings, such as, well, my internet service provider is not listed on your list, or no, so-and-so, this provider does not cover my area, but it's listed here. Those kind of corrections need to happen. It's vitally important, because if we don't get that map corrected, we're not going to have a place at the table when it comes time to bring broadband to the areas that need it, okay? So what I have done is I have left some instructions back on the table if there's anybody here in the audience that wants to go home or to their other place of business if they have one and map their speed and tell the CPUC, the state, what their concerns are. There's a place to do so, and the instructions are outlined here. And I guess also for the viewing public, if you want more information on this, please contact Daryl Slocum also. And his number is 209-770-5777.
Thank you.
Kathleen,
Thank you.
is there a website also that?
Yes, centralsierraconnect.org.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And could the clerk please read our consent calendar? And I understand we are pulling item 8 and 3 from the agenda.
Minutes of the meeting held February 18, 2014. Finding that a summary of ordinance numbers 3245 through 3247 were published. And then we'll go on to number 4, approving the revisions to the road superintendent class specification, approving revisions to the hiring incentive program, approving revisions to the program coordinator recreation class specification, declaring various vehicles as not required for public use and surplus, authorizing the deputy purchasing agent to dispose of property through a one-day sale to be held on March 22, 2014 at 8 a.m. at the Bow Patrol lot located at 10915 North Airport Road in Columbia, and number 8 has been pulled also.
Thank you. Would any board member like to pull any agenda items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar with exceptions of item 3 and 8.
Thank you. Any public
Second.
comment on the motion? I think Randy got the second, sorry. All right, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. And then at this time,
We need item 3.
We need item 3.
oh,
Item 3 is being pulled off the agenda. It's
being pulled from the,
consent.
Actually, I'll
I
read it
understand.
again. Consideration of approving correspondence in support of AB 2703 to increase the state's funding allocation of county veteran services offices.
thank you. Staff report.
Morning, members of the board. I'm Eric Larson, Veteran Service Officer, and we're asking your board to write a letter of support for Assembly Bill AB 2703, which specifically allocates up to $6 million for the veteran service offices around the state. Historically, the legislature would allocate a certain amount of money, several $1 million, but then in the state budget process, where the state always had insufficient funds, they would always cut us back to $2.6 million, and that's what we've been operating. It's not this office. The entire state gets $2.6 million for all the county veteran service offices. And so it has to be supplemented by county funds, and this county has adequately supported us, so we've always been able to maintain 2 staff. But this would allow us to have probably like a full-time secretary and a 3rd veteran service officer, and it would be excellent if the state actually followed through on giving the veteran service offices this much money.
Board questions? Carl?
Well, our Veteran Service Office does amazing work with the limited resources that they do get, and they're great people. The service is sorely needed in the community. We've got a very large percentage of our population are veterans, and plus our Veteran Service Office provides a great deal of support to veterans coming from other counties as well. So I'm very strongly in support of this, and I'd be very happy to vote in the affirmative to send a letter of support from our board.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can just echo what Supervisor Rodfer said. I think it's important, and the reason I wanted to pull this was important that the public be aware of what's going on here. The veterans, I believe, are shortchanged in our country, and we happen to have one of the finest veterans offices in the state, I believe, and any extra support we can get, I think, is really valuable, and solicit the public or any of the community organizations to support this measure with an additional letter, if they would, because I think it's really important. We have a large veteran population as well in our county, and we need to support those folks. So I fully support this, and I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready to.
All right.
Move on the staff recommendation. That's item 3.
A second.
All right, thank you. Any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we'll move on to
Item 8,
item 8.
consideration of approving reappointments of Maya Morrison and Stuart Crook to the Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District.
Thank you.
Morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. The only change to this memo is that Maya Morrison's term actually expires January 31st, 2016, not 2018. Her term actually expired in 2012, we discovered, so
Okay,
that's the reason for the poll.
thank you. Questions? Get a motion?
Move on staff recommendation.
All right. Public comment? Call for the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thanks, Daniel. Okay, now, are we doing 9? All right.
Consideration of joining the Integrated Regional Water Management Joint Powers Authority.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Before you today is a change in the way the Tuolumne Stanislaus Integrated Regional Water Management Group is going to be governed. And the proposal before you is to change from the MOU, which has governed this group of water with the purpose of improving the water quality and quantity in this region, not just Tuolumne County, but the southern portion of Calaveras County. And we're moving to what is a joint powers authority, as is recommended by the group. So we had this JPA structure was written by the group and the legal team of partly County Council and then Tuolumne Utilities District Council actually drafted the JPA document. The governing board only consists of actual groups such as the Board of Supervisors, Tuolumne Utilities District, and other utility districts, so they have to be represented by the people. And then we have another group called the WAC, the Watershed. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank here. The Watershed Advisory Committee, which is made up of, it can be made up of both governing bodies and nonprofits who currently have served well in their IRWIM over the years in the MOU group. So there'll be two groups that will, in essence, make decisions. The WAC would, as an advisory group, would move them up to the actual governing body who would have the ultimate approval authority of any decisions of this IRWIM JPA. This this JPA document has been reviewed by council. There are some concerns that are expressed here in regards to sovereign immunity you may want to question, but the council's opinion is written there. The question of cost, how much is this going to cost the county? Well, that depends on the activities that take place each year. Right now, to get us through June 30th of 2014, if we have 8 members join this JPA group, it'll be $6,323 between now and the end of this fiscal year. If fewer groups end up joining, right now there's supposedly 8 people raise their hands saying we're interested in this. If fewer join, it will cost the county a little bit more because it's the total divided by the total of entities. And like I said, each year depends on the amount of activity that takes place. That's how much money, each entity will need to put into this JPA. So if there are any questions, we would propose that we do join this JPA under the current language as before you.
Board questions?
A question for council on the opinion on, as it relates to the tribe. Have we had discussion with them as far as what their position is on this?
Yes, I've had brief discussions with Stephanie Seuss and also with their counsel, Les Marston. He recommended that if the county's interested in pursuing the limited waiver of sovereign immunity, then the county should direct a letter to him that he can present to the tribal council so they can make a determination if that's something they're interested in.
Okay, it would seem that that would be the prudent process.
Yeah. One of the things that, one of the situations we find ourselves in is an artifact of the fact that the JPA needs to be formed by the end of March because the managing body for the grant money that has already been allocated to the IRWIMP process expires at that time. And there would need to be some follow-on management body to do that. That deadline got us in a box in terms of trying to get some coordination between the county and the tribe. I think that most people would agree that there's very strong benefits for both the county and the tribal participation in this JPA. On top of that, this would be a unique situation in IRWIMP management in that there are no other, not every IRWIMP is managed by a JPA. Some are managed by a working group, much like we had before. That didn't work out too well for us, and that's why we're pursuing the JPA. But there is a unique situation here where this would be the first time that a tribe in the state of California was part of a IRWIMP JPA. So, and the tribe has been a strong contributor to this process as well. I think there's some risk analysis that needs to go on here. I do believe that we need to continue to pursue the limited sovereign immunity waiver. There are a couple of ways that I see that we could go about it. One is that we do not make a decision at this point to join the JPA, and we continue to work it, and then we join at a later date once we've got the details worked out. The other is that we go ahead and take action today to join the JPA and continue to work it after the JPA is formed. And which way you want to go comes down basically on what you think the risk is and involved in trying to pursue that.
Yeah, I would agree with the second way. I think that the tribe needs to be a player in this, and we're fortunate to have them want to participate. Obviously, the monetary contribution is not that much compared to what the overall benefit has been, so I would continue with it, but I really think that we all ought to be on a level playing field, so we should pursue with the tribe the ability to have a limited liability clause in there, so everybody's on the same page.
We're talking risk here, but, and there is risk. I think that's relatively minimal in this case. The reward, I think, exceeds that. We need to be in the water game. We know that. And the county needs a seat at the table. And this is how we get it in this state. So I favor the second approach that Supervisor Rutherford outlined.
Sherry?
Yeah, got just a slightly different question. I'll say I would also favor, though, the second approach, just so we can get this moving. My question was more kind of historically, the IRWIMP has not been real successful at getting projects done, as you alluded to, and you've moved, that's why this is moving forward. It will take 70% to get a project approved, according to this document. When you do the math, if you have 8 agencies, that really means 75%, because we don't have a fraction of a person or a fraction of a vote. And so I just want to be certain that is the correct number, and that, so 6 out of 8 folks would have to approve a project, and that projects are actually, they're going to come to fruition. We know that consensus is a very difficult thing. It sounds good, it's nice when it happens, but the reality is it's very, very difficult. And so I just want to be certain that 3/4 is the number that is going to be workable for getting projects actually approved and done.
Any other
That's,
board questions? No, I have some questions. And just to come out, this whole process bothers me. Just because the first words out of the report, it's supposed to create timely and effective ways to deal with water issues, and it's a planning issue, so we do lots of planning. It's been in the works for years and years and years, and with the collaboration model, you have all these different stakeholders and different groups supposedly trying to sit in a room and all get along and agree, and I think that it just breeds opportunities for obstruction with any real progress to any projects that would be substantially beneficial to Tuolumne County, like water storage or water rights, which is really what I believe the solution to our water needs are. And we're creating an entirely new government entity. A JPA is its own little government authority that's not accountable to, sorry for the rant, but it's not accountable to any constituency or anything like that. And with the way the Watershed Advisory Committee set up, anybody that wants to pay a minimal fee can buy a boat. And I just really am I'm bothered by the way this thing's structured by the state. I do understand it's very important that we are participating somehow and have an influence, and I know our board is very, very interested in being active in water issues, and it's critical. It's the lifeblood of our future in Tuolumne County, and up to this point in history, we have failed to succeed and secure any kind of water future. But I'm bothered by this because the structure, there's a small investment, like John said, it's $6,000, but that's just for half the year getting started. I see there's no staff people that are going to be basically hired. There's no employees of the JPA, if I understand that right.
There's a couple of consultants.
There's a consultant and a facilitator and
Consultant with the RCD who's working.
the RCD is going to basically serve as kind of a staff person.
Correct.
So they'll create the budgets, they'll do all of that.
The minutes, the agendas, the communication.
So I just want to be clear that I don't see this as something that is streamlining our process for any real projects. I see it as cumbersome and bureaucratic and costly. We've been spending, I don't know, what is it, about $12,000 a year?
Well, we received grants initially. They received grants to actually get us to this point. We've only contributed maybe $10,000 to this point because initially it was all funded through a grant.
I know the planning part was, but I think we
Yes.
were still paying.
Now, the management of the IRWIMP was grant funded.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing. But I want to make sure that our intent here is very clear. We want to be involved. So I'm still processing my thoughts, but I guess the question I would have for council then, some of the language I read in here, we can basically leave whenever we want, right? 90 days notice.
Right.
So that's a good thing. The other question I have that I just want to confirm, if there's any kind of legal problems, like we experienced with, say, the Central Sierra Economic Development Authority, where after the fact, we're somewhat held responsible for the poor decision-making of the unaccountable board that wasn't, didn't have any oversight. Are we indemnified as a county?
Right, there is language in here that says basically the debts, liabilities of the JPA are of the JPA itself, and they're not going to be of each separate individual entity.
And so you think there's strong enough language to create an umbrella that defends the county from any threats?
I believe so, but you have to remember that the county, as whatever it's put into the JPA, is still liable to the extent that it's a member of the JPA.
I did see some
Okay.
language in there relating to that, and if basically any costs arise, we're on the hook for our share of it, basically.
Correct.
So we are liable, basically.
Well, to the extent that we participated, yes, but not.
It wouldn't be our
not
name, but
additional.
we're on the hook for the bill.
Yes.
So that's something to consider. I don't know what risk there would be to that. I guess I'm done for now with questions, but that's how I feel. Carl?
I'd just like to clarify something. Sherry's question, or Supervisor Brennan's question, caught me a little bit off guard. That 70% applies to the WAC, not to the JPA. That's part of the reason that we elected to go with the JPA was to divorce the monetary management decision-making from the consensus process. And it is that 70% that's in there specifically to the WAC and not the JPA board.
John?
Okay.
I am correct, right, Daniel?
I'm reading.
Okay.
It's confusing.
Yeah, and I just asked counsel because that's not exactly how I read it.
Can you repeat your question?
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
thought that a vote of the board would have to be 2/3, basically.
That's what I
The
understand.
the board is a majority vote of the board. It's,
A simple majority?
yes.
Okay, thank you for that
Okay, but the
clarification.
WAC, for
To
their
move the project forward.
recommendations, is a consensus. If they can't reach consensus, then it goes to 70% vote.
Okay, and there is a mechanism for those projects to continue forward if the WAC doesn't put them forward?
Yes, the board can act as the board, independent of the WAC. So there is a way to get the project to the board. But the intent is to use the WAC and go through the WAC.
Right, and then a simple majority of the board will
Yes.
put it, okay, thank you for that clarification.
John, thank you for
Okay.
your patience.
There's a risk of doing anything, and doing nothing is probably not an option, and that's kind of where we're at. The guidelines that are set up are set up by the state, like you said, and anytime the state does something, there's always cause to worry. So, I share that. But listening to the water forum at the high school last week, and the reports back from the individuals that were on the panel there, it sounds like, although it's frustrating for them, it was successful. They did get some infrastructure projects out there and accepted. And I think this is a little bit different than water rights. What we're going after here is money to fix things, to fix sewer systems, water systems, and those type of things. So a little bit separate than water rights and storage and all that. So, it could be a part of it, but I think initially that's what it was designed for. So knowing that there's a risk, knowing that there's, an issue with the tribe as far as everybody being on a level playing field as far as liability, I think we can work on those things. But I think, as Carl said, we're up to a deadline here. We should move forward, and we have an out. We can get out of this, and hopefully the Board of Supervisors that we have that are appointed to that group will be watching our interest at all times. So I'm in favor of it.
Thanks, John.
And I'm sorry, can I have a point of clarification? Because I do think that under the definitions with the board, that major decisions do require a two-thirds vote. Minor decisions are a simple majority.
It's true, and set forth in the document itself are areas where there is required to be a major decision vote, which is a two-thirds vote. So that's, for instance, in the participation percentages, in modifying the bylaws, should there exist bylaws, in admission, withdrawal, or termination of a member. Those all require majority, two-thirds vote.
Well, yes, certainly, but in terms of approving projects and those things, it's a simple majority.
I just wanted to clarify the difference between
Yeah,
major
that-
and minor,
that-
since it points it out.
Yeah,
clearly
there
in
are
the
two
document.
levels of decisions that are made by the board. I probably oversimplified, but most of the votes only require a simple majority.
So,
And I think the annual work plan and the budget are considered major decisions.
Yes.
Daniel, what do you see for coming out of this JPA in the future?
There's actually a third round of grant that's been released under Proposition 84, and we're putting together that proposal now. In fact, tomorrow is an IRWIM meeting where we're receiving project proposal presentations. One is going to be done by the county. The county did not propose a project in the last round, but we are proposing in this
Storm drain
next round.
projects?
Yes, so another round is out there. Also, there's potential for another bond measure to go on that may have water on the ballot for us to decide in November. Would open possibly the door to more IRWIM funding.
Thanks, Daniel. Carl?
Just one final comment. I think more, not less, of grant funding is going to be, at least where it is state-controlled grant funding, is going to be funneled through the year one process. It seems to be becoming the funding or the management process of choice that the state is looking for.
That is absolutely clear in every water meeting I go to. Future water funding projects will all come through the earmarks process. It's going to be the way the state recognizes things. So I think we are, whether you like this or not, I think we're fortunate. This is how we get a seat at the table. This is how we participate in the decision and drive some of the solutions that we need.
I agree. It's just frustrating to see that we're creating an entirely independent entity just to be able to divvy out some money. So,
I might also mention that this IRWIM is already talking about cooperating with other IRWIMs because our water, we know, doesn't stay in our IRWIM region. It flows to all other areas. And so we're talking about, can we cooperate with other Bay Area type IRWIMs and
have
see if
them
they can
invest in our watershed and so forth.
You got it.
Okay. All right. Public comment? Come on up. Thanks, Daniel.
John Buckley, CSERC. I think it's important to make sure that there's not some misinformation that's been shared that perhaps can, by correcting, can help you feel more comfortable. First, there has not been any or dysfunction or whatever in terms of IRWIN over the years. There's only been a single funding opportunity that came up last year. The group met for years in preparation for that, submitted, and not only was funded at 100%, but the projects that were produced by this particular IRWIM were rated one of the highest in the entire state because of the way that collaborative everyone worked together. So it has worked well. We are now, as Daniel shared, preparing for the next round that could potentially be even more than the $3 million that's already come, which is the second point I would put in. There's been, you brought up, Evan, that concern about it's an expense of money. Well, the tiny, tiny amount of money that the county is spending has already been more than $3 million coming back for the local region, almost all of it going to Tuolumne County. And in terms of a project, the TUD project, which will be leading to dredging out Phoenix Lake Reservoir, Tom Seja refers to it as a water supply project. It will increase water storage and capacity. There are clearly some benefits for all Tuolumne County folks because, again, the Groveland District the Groveland area community service district got a sewage lift treatment plant, which was essentially needed, and others. So there's multiple benefits for the small amount that's being invested. By the way, I could care less whether you join the JPA or not. It's totally up to you. You have to make your decision. The other thing to be aware of is that at this point in the entire process, no one is restricted from working outside of this process for water rights. For you want a dam project, you want any other project, no one's preventing any entity from working for it. But for the pot of state DWR funds that will only come to IRWIMS, you're either a player or you're not. And I want to close by pointing out,
I just don't like it.
right? But you may not like it, but it's quote free money. Basically, it's taxpayers' money that's going to go someplace else. If it doesn't come to Tuolumne County, why would you not go for it? And the other is, since Daniel has been involved in working with the projects and stuff, I'll just tell you the county's level of participation and engagement has risen, and all the other players are now talking about how to make sure that the county somehow can be getting a project or be part of a partnership or whatever, not just it's the Resource Conservation District or other. Our center gets nothing out of it. We participate. We don't even get a vote if the JPA is approved. Again, we're there because there's a greater good that everybody, by working collaboratively together, shows the state that there's a common collaborative approach that's asking for funding. So I just want to praise the fact that the county does have staff that's been participating, that's raised the level of our awareness of the opportunities, because we hadn't really been hearing those before. And I would be glad if there's any questions to answer them. Otherwise, just want to clarify the group is working very efficiently and is likely to be successful in the next round as well.
I agree. I have a question for you. One of the concerns that I've had over time, and it's somewhat of a stretch, to be fair, but I have concerns about these types of group becoming frameworks for regulatory type of architecture later, and that the money becomes a tool to help get everyone to play along nicely. And, you know, with the crisis we're dealing with right now, there's a lot of talk about groundwater monitoring. And in Tuolumne County, it's different than a lot of the other areas in the state. But I see these types of JPAs and these little local groups, you know, you play along nice and you get your little chunk of money, but, you know, that's not a reason not to be a part of it. That's a reason to be a part of it so that we can have influence in it. But that's part of my taste with this thing.
So just a quick response is, there has never been from the state or from any of the other IRWIMs, and I've gone to other IRWIMs, there's never been a single discussion of anything related to regulatory. So I'm not telling you can't have a conspiracy theory or whatever that may be that somehow down the road something bad might happen. But in terms of the reality at this time, why would an IRWIM, which is just a joining of groups together to get dollars, somehow even be considered by the state for regulatory? It's not even the purpose of the session. So all I'm sharing is, based at this time, the question is not whether you get a little money, which you use, but whether you get millions of dollars for Tuolumne County by participating. And again, whether the county participates or not, other interests will continue to work, and there hopefully will be millions of dollars that come in. But it's actually been a very positive evolution that has now led to a lot of respect from all the players there, understanding the different perspectives that are brought to the table. So
Thanks, Sean.
thank you.
Any other public comment? No, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Yeah, I move that we approve joining the IRWIM JPA, and we direct our county council to continue to work with the tribal council to pursue a mutually agreeable solution to the tribal sovereign immunity issue going forward.
Second.
Is there any discussion? In doing that, Sarah, do you think it's reasonable to think that that will actually happen? I feel like by doing it before, you take away any need to force that issue.
You know, that's really hard to say. What I can say is that asking for this limited waiver is very common practice. It's not out of the ordinary. And so, you know, whether we do it now or we do it after the county decides to join, that it shouldn't be looked at as something that is negative. It should just be looked at something bringing everyone to the table on the same level playing field.
Yeah.
And I think that we can just explain to them, and I know that they understand that this is common practice throughout the state of California. When counties enter into agreements with tribes, this type of limited waiver is included in the agreement. So I don't know if that really answers your question, and I don't know if there's really leverage now versus later.
Can we approve it conditionally?
Certainly.
Say, in the event that that is achieved, we will sign, basically, and you have approval from the board?
Sure. The issue that will arise is that if the tribe is inclined to include this limited waiver, this document will need to be amended because that language would need to be added in, and then it would need to go back before the other governing bodies who have already approved, and they would need to approve it again. I don't foresee that being a problem, though, because again, it puts everyone on the same level playing field.
What does that do for our deadline?
Bring it back.
The JPA will go forward on the 31st of March with whatever membership exists on the 31st of March. After that point, if the county were not part of the JPA, we would have to go through the process that Sarah just mentioned, but we would also have to go through the process of formally requesting to join the JPA. Okay, because the deadline for being in the initial formation of the JPA is 31 March. So that would, our joining would, and I don't think that that would be an issue, but it would have to be approved by the board of the JPA at that time. And there is clauses in the agreement that talk about how that process would unfold.
I think it's important that we deal with this before we just sign on because of a deadline. It frustrates me a lot of times when we get agenda items and we're under the gun to make a decision because of a deadline and there's no time left to deal with issues and we just sign on. I don't think that's a good practice. This is important to do, and I understand, I've talked a lot about it, and I'm not going to go any further, but I think if we don't do our due diligence first before we just sign on, even though there's this crunch, I think it's a bad way to do things.
The worst possible case is what we remove ourselves from the JPA if we don't get our way. I mean, that's the option.
I don't see that happening, though. But yeah.
It's quite possible.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, personally, that they need to be on equal terms with everybody else. So, that's the position that I'm taking. I don't know about the rest of the board members, but so if we move on and it doesn't happen, we certainly don't have to be a part of it. We'll have to weigh the advantages at the time. So I don't see any issue about not moving forward that we can't correct by pulling the plug on it.
It's possible. It's more unlikely, I think, but it's possible. I would agree. It just bothers me that it's not done up to this point. I know that Sarah and staff and other supervisors have already worked on this, and I don't know if it's, I don't know the whole background to it, so I don't know if there's a resistance to do this or if it's just because you've got a bunch of parties all trying to sign up for something and it's a pain in the butt. I don't know.
I call the question.
Okay. I'll call for the question. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries 4-1. Okay. Could clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of approving correspondence on the United States Forest Service on the rangeland allotment draft environmental impact statement for Bell Meadows, Eagle Meadows, and Herring Creek grazing allotments.
Daniel.
Morning, Daniel Richardson.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Pursuant to Government Code 87-100, I will be recusing myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. This is coming before you once again. This is the Bell Meadow, Eagle Meadow, Herring Creek rangeland allotment. The U.S. Forest Service has put together, this is a draft environmental impact statement to discuss how they can once again reauthorize these allotments for grazing. This area encompasses 57,250 acres out there mostly in the immigrant wilderness. It has a deadline to comment on this DEIS of March 17th. That was yesterday. To accommodate this deadline, we went ahead and sent a staff letter. I informed the Forest Service that we would be sending a follow-up letter from the full Board of Supervisors today, and it could be changed from what the staff letter sent. I looked, and we previously did comment on the same issue back in 2011, I believe. And so the issues haven't changed. They have somewhat amended their comments, particularly about Yosemite toad and meadows. In the prior draft, they said that cattle did have some impact to meadows and the Yosemite toad, a potential endangered species. In this particular draft, they do not state that cattle have a negative impact, but they're still putting cattle in there as a potential impact. And so our comment letter here says that recent studies say there is not a negative impact, and your particular DEIS should reflect that. Similar thing with Yosemite toad, and we also talk about the great gray owl, and that there is no process to decertify an area from being a protected area center, and therefore it is closed to grazing and logging. So they need to figure out what is the process to decertify. We also laud them for they built in some flexibility in the beginning and end dates to grazing depending on the conditions on the forest. For example, this year with not as much snow in the high country, they may be able to get in the grazing earlier than they would in normal years. So the letter's here for your changing and hopefully approval.
Thank you. Questions? Public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I have one.
Oh.
It wasn't fast enough. I have been advised by council that I can respond as Sherry Brennan Ranch. I would like to thank the Forest Service for their, this document is, I think, improved and does show a lot of flexibility. But there were some inconsistencies in it, and I think it is important to get those inconsistencies cleared up so that it doesn't say two different things within the document. With respect to the Yosemite toad, all of Mr. Richardson's comments were correct. Those are in the document. But then in the back section, it did include a total exclosure from cattle grazing, which is inconsistent and attributed to some of the toad habitat. And so it is very important that within one document that the agency, that the comments be consistent and that it doesn't say two different levels of use. And then with respect to PACs, it is important and noting that would probably come when they do the forest land management plan, because today, as it exists, there is not an opportunity to do the monitoring to remove a PAC, so they are there basically in perpetuity. I do acknowledge, though, that while it is important to say it, that the actual opportunity to make that change is really with the forest land management plan update. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl?
Yeah, if there's no other public comment. I do have one recommended edit, Daniel, on page 2, under the Great Gray Owl, down on the next to last line. I'd like to change the word erroneous. I have no idea what we're trying to say there, to not supported by science and detrimental to the goals of the forest grazing program.
Is that okay with everyone? Okay. Is there any other public comment? If not, I'll bring it back and ask for a motion.
I move to approve the comment letter as edited.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Carries 4-0-1. Thank you. All right, and I believe at this time we'll take our number 11.
Consideration of approving the fiscal year 2013-14 mid-year budget with all associated budgetary and personnel adjustments.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr.
Staff.
Chair, members of the board, I'm going to tag team with Deputy CAO Tracy Riggs in this presentation. I'm just going to do some introductory comments and hit some things at the end and let Tracy handle the middle portion. But as your board knows, the mid-year budget report is one of the things that we do to forecast how are we going to actually finish the year as best as we can determine after several months into the year, looking at our revenues and expenses. It gives us the opportunity to fix things that we think need to be fixed and to take advantage of opportunities that we see at the mid-year point. The good news is that we seem to be managing properly within the adopted budget, with just a few exceptions, which we'll cover as part of the report, and that really is good news. Let me just start with an overview. We start with the fund and then talk about our revenues and expenses in general, and then we get into all the specifics of the departments, and that specifics part that is what Trace will get into. But under the governmental funds, to start there, those are your big funds like the general fund, fire fund, health, behavioral health, social services, and so forth. Those are generally doing well, as budgeted, or slightly better. There's only one fund that is currently projected to have a minor deficit, and that's our fire fund at about $77,000 to the negative. In the body of the report, Tracy will emphasize this a little bit more. We think there's 3 different things that could change as we move towards the year-end report that could bring that back into balance. So we're not asking for any change right now, but we'll touch on that, and I think we'll have better numbers for you in the year-end budget report. On the positive side, should have put those in because don't want to just emphasize a potential negative, but on the positives, our general fund is expected to end the year. This is absent or apart from our contingencies, with a fund balance of approximately $576,000. Again, that's contained on your Exhibit A. If you glance over to page 2 of the memo, you can see that $300,000 of that roughly is coming from your general revenues that are doing better than we anticipated. And I'm going to speak to that towards the end because I still have some concerns, things that can impact those general revenues in a negative way. But areas such as our property tax, sales tax, franchise fees are definitely coming in better, based on the data we have to date. So that's good news. Our health fund, particularly, is also looking at ending with about a $532,000 ending balance. As will be covered in greater detail, that mainly is due to some growth funds that we're receiving through the realignment program. And while growth funds has always been part of the realignment program of reimbursements, this is the first time we've seen growth funds in the health fund in a long time, certainly at this level. And that's good news, but it always makes me cautious when you see a big jump like that after not seeing it in so many years. Is there reason to think that's going to continue, or at least continue at that level? But this is money in the bank, so we'll take it, but just a cautionary tone as we move forward. So that's overall in our governmental funds. In our enterprise funds, so this is your airports and ambulance, again, they're generally performing slightly better than originally budgeted, but as pointed out on page 2 with respect to the ambulance, and this was covered at a recent Finance Committee meeting, We are going to lose the super rural rate for Medicare reimbursements, and there has been a 10% reduction in our Medi-Cal reimbursements. And again, we can go into that later in the report, but that's very significant, and I believe it's at the next board meeting we'll be talking about a commensurate change in our fees, particularly for private, specifically, that'll impact private pay insured patients. That'll be presented to your board to help offset some of that. In our internal service funds, those are things like our workers' comp fund, our liability fund, and so forth. Those appear to be doing well. The leave liability fund, we have seen a number of retirements this year, higher than what we had anticipated, and while that will bring down our projected fund balance somewhat, in the long haul, it's either you pay me now or you pay me later. It's just a matter of what year they retire. So it's not a concern. It's just coming in. We're just seeing retirements earlier than we had anticipated. So those are really the big things that I would point out as far as your funds, the overall position. We're really tracking well with our budget with those noted exceptions. And at the bottom of page 2, the big area in terms of expense, as your board is aware, we did conclude successful bargaining with all of our groups. However, there was a delay in the conclusion of that bargaining. We estimated our new PERS contract in which employees would begin picking up 6 1/4 of the retirement cost would become effective in mid-March. Due to the delay, we're looking at our safety becoming effective for safety. Instead of the mid-April that you see in the memo, that is incorrect. It's mid-May. That will, if there's a successful vote, it'll take effect in mid-May, not mid-April. And we're projecting that, given the time it takes to vote on the PERS contract, that the miscellaneous contract change won't take effect until July. And that's fine. We've adjusted in this budget. We've asked departments to do the best they can to try and cover the increase in cost that was not built into this year's budget out of their existing budgets, and departments are doing their best to do so. In some cases, there's just no margin in their budgets, and we're having to make some adjustments to cover that. So with those high points, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy, who will get into the department-specific information.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, Deputy County Administrator. I'll try not to get into too much detail with you here, but we'll give a chance to answer questions as we get near the end for the general fund before I move into the other funds. So we'll start with the Board of Supervisors. This cost center does require an adjustment of about $20,000 in appropriations, and that is a mixture of different types of things: photocopying, travel, and training. And as your board knows, there's been a lot of important training and conferences that your board members have attended, and so that's why we need to make that adjustment at this point. Auditor Controller, we're just mentioning this mainly. This cost center is doing extremely well. She has additional revenues, but the main reason to comment on this is that we have added the sales tax tracking software, and that is one of your board goals, and that has been included in the mid-year projection. Assessor Recorder, they have reduced revenues by $36,000, and that's just due to the number of recorded documents in the first half of the year, so he's made that adjustment. And we do need to increase appropriations for salaries and mainly for salaries and benefits, and that's primarily due to the delay in bargaining. County Council, in this cost center, she has recognized an additional $7,000 in revenue, and this does help offset the $5,000 needed for appropriations, and $2,000 of that is for outside counsel related to Water Council. Economic Development, the only change in this cost center was we moved in the adopted budget. Your board had approved $7,500 for the Mother Lode Fair, and that amount was moved from the outside agency, partner agencies, to the economic development section. So that's the only reason that's mentioned there. And in facilities management, due to this mild winter that we've been experiencing, we have a significant reduction in our costs for utilities. As a result, we will be back to you so that we can talk about some cost-saving measures we can do to meet as you're aware, we have a drought. So we will be looking at ways. Staff is working very hard to trying to spit this out in the right way. They're looking at fixtures and types of ways that we can meet our 50% conservation measures. And that is also, we'll mention a little bit later, but the jail cost center, our capital fund, not jail cost center, our capital fund has significant savings as well related to the improvements they were doing there. And so we'll come back later to you with different types of cost-saving measures for water, and they'll bring those back to you in a little bit. IT, this is another department that has had some staff changing, and so as a result, they're recognizing some savings. In addition to that, you may remember your board had approved in the adopted budget $20,000 for cameras in the park, and TCTC has recommended that they think they have access to other funds that will pay for this, so that amount has been removed from this cost center. And again, outside agencies, this is where we moved the Motherlode Fair, the $7,500, from this cost center to economic development. But what we did was we added the IRWIM dues to this cost center. So the net effect of that is an additional $3,369. And the IRWIM dues are estimated at $10,869. A portion of that, $4,500, is for 12-13, and another portion of $6,300 is for 13-14. Rimfire, as auditor controller and staff and I work through Rimfire and the cost and projected revenues, we continue to try and fine-tune this cost center. And so at this point, the net result is about $3,500 additional cost to the general fund. And you may remember we get 75% from federal, about 18% from state, and then we share in about a little over 6% of that. So that's why there's that little bit of an impact to the general fund. And for District Attorney's Office, he also has had some significant staffing changes, and as a result has over $100,000 in savings in his cost center. This is allowing him, and it has been added into his budget, to do a case management software which will facilitate staff efficiency but also communication between other safety partners. So this is, and this is on the board-approved ITSB list as well. Boat Patrol, minor adjustment, they have $28,000 in additional revenues and would like to increase appropriations related to that increase in revenue. Probation has, they are right now part of this Title IV-E audit, and we're bringing this to your attention so that you know that it is happening. They have been unable to bill for those expenses related to the Title IV-E. And from my understanding, what we've read recently is they are working on that at the state and federal level, and it should be resolved fairly soon. And then air pollution control. This is, Vicki Helmar's done an astounding job again. She's been looking for ways, as she mentioned during our last operational area, with the weather becoming so warm, we will have less burn days. And as we are looking to encourage our residents to have this safety zone around their home, clearing brush, she's looking for ways that she could provide ways for green waste to be disposed of since they can't burn it. So through a little bit of additional revenue and cost savings she's recognized in other line items, she has put together an $8,000 green waste program that will be offered to the public. And then in Community Resources Agency, this, as you know, during our budget workshop that we had discussed increasing a building inspector that will be absolutely dedicated to the Gold Rush project. I'm sorry, Rush Creek. I said Gold Rush. You can tell me I have. So what they've done is she has this fund or cost center has $49,000 in additional revenues. $34,000 of that is specifically related to building fees and permits. And a member of your board had just wanted us to make sure we recognize that this is mentioned on page 5, and then we call it grant revenue in page 10. It's the same revenues. They're not additional revenues. They are the same. And it is a mixture of different revenues that she is recognizing, meaning Bev Shane, but $34,000 of that is specifically related to building fees and permits. The other thing is you have a handout that Craig will be handing out to you right now. And what this is as a result of the drought, and I think some of you are aware that we have designated Rob Koslevy as our point of contact for anything to do with the water companies. And so as a result, there are some duties he just won't be able to see to if he is spending all the time on drought-related projects. Also, when we start doing community outreach and education, we will need Rob there to work with us and provide information to our residents. So as a result, we've been working with Bev Shane as to what would she need to backfill the work that he would be doing in regards to inspections and permitting. And as what you have before you is an estimated cost of $25,000, which would backfill Rob for the rest of the year. And that is an increase for a senior environmental health specialist from a .75 to a 1.0. This is a temporary increase. And this is an individual who is currently working, who has committed that they would be able to step in and do that additional work for this short period of time. And then she would also be looking for a relief environmental health specialist to work 40 hours until the end of the fiscal year, which is an approximate $18,000. And this would be offset with property taxes secured so that for additional revenue to cover this cost, should your board approve that.
Okay, the only thing I'll add, and the reason I sent down an amended Schedule 1, in the general fund, that number would, if you do this, it's a $25,000 in additional expense that was not in the original mid-year, so that would take the general fund's projected ending balance down by that amount. And that's the only thing that's been reflected in the amended Schedule 1 I sent down.
Questions?
Yeah. I appreciate all of the demands on CRA. I will not vote for one additional hire that is not consistent with the priorities that I think there's no discussion in here of getting another attorney in the county counsel's office. And I'm sorry, Ms. Shane, but that's my number one priority.
Well, just to clarify, the direction the board gave staff was to work towards restoring those positions in the priority order that you gave us in the preliminary look at your budget, which will come to you in May. So that was the direction I received. This is not, we're not adding additional staff. We're just temporarily increasing some hours in order to help people deal with the drought. That's what we're doing. And your board could say no, but other things won't happen in your development department if we do that.
Could, John? Yeah, as I recall, the discussion is, it's unfortunate that we have to pick winners and losers. I think from the management standpoint, that's the absolute wrong thing to do when we're looking at staffing. There are no winners or losers. We have to base it on what we see as the best way to do things. In the CRA department, we're looking at a project that's going to add roughly 100 jobs to Tuolumne County if we can move it forward. The faster we move it forward, the more likelihood that those jobs will be filled. So, to look at the CRA department as somewhat lesser important, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to pick winners or losers. I want to look at it how it can best benefit the county, and obviously to have a project going would be doing that. And obviously they can't do it with the staff that they have. So let's get off the winners and losers issue.
I'm not talking about winners and losers, John, and I'm all for the project and I'm all for adding staff. But we need to look, we keep getting piecemealed on spending money on positions, and temporary will turn into permanent. I want to look at the total picture. It's not about picking winners and losers. Yeah, we've got a project, and yes, that's going to take some level of effort on the staff's part. Our county council has been working on an incredible level of effort now for a year and getting no relief. I'm sorry. I want the personnel picture to be brought in one total package so we can do an analysis on where the money is best spent and what is best for the county. But this is not the way to do it, and I won't vote for it.
I share Supervisor Roderver's comments. The problem here is exactly that. We're not picking winners and losers. We're getting single opportunities, and they're being cherry picked out here. And I think it would be better if we're going to make adjustments in staff, we get a broad picture, and we get to then select. And unfortunately, then perhaps you'll argue it's winners and losers, but we at least get to choose what we think the direction the county has to choose with the limited budget we've got right now. We're not doing that. And before we did talk about Rush Creek, and we did talk about Rush Creek fees paying for the additional inspector. But here on page 5, it talks about we've got some increased building fees and permits. It doesn't say those are Rush Creek, but the total revenue increases in $49,000. We're going to use that. What happened to Rush Creek paying the cost? Maybe I'm misunderstanding things, but the memo isn't clear to me on that subject. And again, I don't think we're picking winners and losers at this point. I don't think we're getting a choice to pick winners and losers.
Mr. Chair, let me mention this before Bev gets up. But back to the budget workshop, and I apologize if I didn't hear you correctly, as far as those additional positions that did not have revenue offset, those were supposed to come back in a preliminary look at the budget before it was in a proposed budget form so that you could consider that. And hopefully we'll have the revenue. We can plug those things right in. If not, it would give your board the ability to direct changes, to fit them in. What I heard was pretty much a unanimous view from the board that if we had revenue offset positions that we could bring those and put them in here. This is going to do nothing but help development, which is going to help prime, the revenue pump, the private economy, and in terms our revenue streams. So that's the only reason this is in here as opposed to other things. It's 100% revenue offset. When Rush Creek comes in and pays their permit fees, they're going to be paying well over $100,000 in permit fees, which will cover this. We're going to treat it as a grant-funded position, and if that money, when that money goes away, unless there's building activity and revenues to support it, that position would be eliminated. That is separate, and I'm sorry I was focused on the other thing we just passed out. That is separate from what I just gave you as far as environmental health. Again, we're here trying to support and assist all those small water agencies. We need help in doing so. Mr. Kostlevy been doing a great job. However, if we don't find a way to at least temporarily backfill Mr. Kostlevy, again, there's going to be an impact on the processing of applications for people trying to develop and do business in the county, which have a negative effect on the economy and a negative effect on our revenues. And that's why that's there, but that's one is a addition of a permanent position, but grant funded. When the monies go away, the position goes away. The other case, it's a direct response to the drought. And when the drought activities diminish, those additional hours go away. And that's only because of the emergency situation we find ourselves in. So just by way of clarification.
Go ahead, Bev.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As Mr. Pedro just explained, the building inspector is proposed because we don't have the staffing to provide the service that Rush Creek is going to need. They are expecting, when they start construction, to have an inspector there every single day. That site is located at the entrance to Yosemite. It's not down in Jamestown where you can run just to see it. It takes a big effort to get over there. It's a very big project for the county. We are anticipating over $100,000 in application fees or permit fees from them to fund this particular position. They also would like to have someone available on weekends if they are working. There is no way that 3 current inspectors that we have can do that as well as respond to all the other requests for inspections in the county. We do offer a 24-hour inspection service. I would hate to see us have to extend that so people, when they call today, will not get their inspection tomorrow because we don't have the staffing. And that's just the reality. This is not intended at this point to be a permanent job unless development picks up, which we, of course, hope that it does in the next year or so. This is a 1.5 to 2 year construction project, and frankly, we would not be able to provide the service to this project. The other issue, as Mr. Pedro mentioned, is that we have another extraordinary circumstance. We had it last year with the rim fire, and this year it's the drought. Mr. Carl Sleevey is also responding to hazardous materials spills. He is working a tremendous number of hours. He can't keep doing that and take on the additional role that you have directed him to do related to the drought without this additional staffing. This is not a permanent situation. It's one relief person who happens to be volunteering and is quite qualified to do it, which I don't know what we'd do if we hadn't had her already volunteering her time with the staff, and then also the 3/4 time going to a full-time for a couple of months. It'll make a huge difference for us, and hopefully there might be some opportunity for some potential reimbursement through OES. But if not, it's very important, again, if when people need a well permit, we have to have the staff to help them.
Yeah.
And if they need their septic to keep development going, we've got to be able to help them. That's just the reality. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll chime in. I see firsthand what it's like over there and what it takes to do business over on the 4th floor, sometimes the 3rd floor. And if we don't have the staffing over there, it causes a real problem for a lot of people that are trying to get things done. And towards the end of the year, I know they got slammed with a lot of people submitting projects, and projects got held up. I've received, over the years, lots and lots of complaints about the building department. And lately, they've been a lot less. I think they're doing a good job. I think a lot of the staff over there are getting the directive from our board, and if we don't give them the resources to be able to do the job, we're going to be doing the same thing people were complaining about for a long time. And the fact that this is a temporary solution to deal with workload is the way I want these issues dealt with, not just hiring a whole bunch of staff and hoping that, people come through the door and then deal with it as it comes. When we get the workload, we deal with it and we adjust, and I think that's the right way to do it. And as far as the environmental health goes, I would also agree that, especially with the drought, that's critical right now. If we start having wells failing all over, we're going to have a lot of problems. So, Carl, and then Sherry.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything. Okay, it's a process issue. For me, I'll even be glad to make the motion to approve this at the proper time. If the CAO can assure me that he is going to work our county council problem, okay? Because they're under the same work constraints that Ms. Shane's department is, and they serve the entire county staff. I really want that problem fixed. And if I can be assured that that problem will be addressed soon, because I'm getting tired of saying the same thing over and over again, then I'll be glad to support this. There's no doubt this work is important work and it needs to get done. But I see problems in every other department getting addressed, and there is no visible evidence that the problems in our county council's office are going to be addressed.
Randy, and then Sherry.
You said Sherry. I'll yield to Supervisor Brennan if you'd like to take her first.
I think she should, yeah.
Okay,
I
and then I'll come back.
And I'm not going to disagree with what Supervisor Hanfeld and Supervisor Rotifer said. But unfortunately, what we are up against is revenue-generating offsets. And currently, we have an opportunity with Rush Creek, and we need to take advantage of that. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to look for what are some of the potential opportunities out there. So having said that, and thank you also, Ms. Shane, for the clarification on OES dollars for Mr. Koslevy, because that was a question that I had. And again, I'm hoping that there will be some potential there to recoup some of those dollars.
I agree.
Okay. Let me first start with the building inspector. When does the Rush Creek project start? When does the revenue stream start coming in?
They would like to start construction in April, and we are currently working with them on finalizing their plan. Even though we would ask your board to approve the funding today and we do the recruitment, we will not hire a person until we have actually picked up their permits and paid their fees.
Okay, well then, this item on page 5 that we have, that this revenue increase of $49,000 on page 5, that isn't Rush Creek revenues.
Well, it's not the total. They're going to phase their project.
I understand, but this 49,000 isn't Rush Creek. This is, it says it's several increases in revenues that we've experienced. Total revenue increase 49,000. That's not Rush Creek, or is it Rush Creek?
That actually is revenue we're projecting to have additionally from the adopted budget. Rush Creek will create additional revenue on top of that as well.
Okay. So if Rush Creek is going to produce the revenue to support the building inspector, then this 49,000 isn't that source of...
That we anticipate more than that. But again, it depends on how many permits they pick up between now and July 1st. How quickly how many they want to get started on. Because they're billing in phases.
They're going to be paying their fees as they pull the
Over time.
permits.
Okay.
And we don't anticipate they're going to pull all the permits this year.
Well, I understand.
So but in total, it's somewhere in excess of...
It's over $100,000.
But
$100,000.
their permits will pay the building inspector.
That's correct.
That's what I was led to believe.
Right.
The last time we talked
Right.
about it.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. But here, you're recognizing 49,000 in increases, and that's not Rush Creek. That's from some other source.
We do have some, we have a subdivision that's been reactivated. They are planning to build several homes.
Okay.
And,
So if we, okay.
so there will be additional, what we're just saying is that there is additional revenue from the building permit line item than what we anticipated or in the adopted budget.
If Rush Creek's going to pay for the building
It will
inspector,
be more than
where's
that.
this 49,000 going to go?
It goes for covering other expenses, as Mr. Pedro said, because we have an increase in salaries because of the not implementing the bargaining and things like that.
The briefing document is misleading. Okay?
Well-
I don't know how else to describe it.
Mr. Hamble, on page 6, again, this is just so you can see it. If you look at the second block, matrix, whatever, you see CRA, where they're going ahead and we're looking at recommending you recognize 45,000 of that revenue. Only 34,000 of this would be going towards those things in CRA. The rest is helping to solve problems in other parts of the county budget. Getting back to the idea, they help generate revenue that not only covers their own costs, but helps with costs in other parts of county government.
So I'm just having trouble here. Rush Creek's going to pay for the inspector. Rush Creek fees are going to pay for the inspector, right?
Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And the 49,000 then that we are seeing here on this list, 34,000 building fees and permits, and some other 15,000. That's going to cover your other expenses already in the budget.
Yes.
That's not clear here. That's misleading.
I apologize.
I just think we ought to take these things one at a time. And it looks to me like the building inspector, if it's going to be covered by Rush Creek, then I got no problem with the building inspector, okay? Because we need the Rush Creek project. I understand Mr. Costlevy's being shifted over given the emergency. And we're looking at $25,000. And where's that $25,000 come from? Is it come from our surplus?
We're recommending that you increase again, the bottom of page 6, where you see the increased revenue projection for property tax, so you just recognize another $25,000. And back on page 2, you'll note that we're talking about $100,000 potential increase. We're only recognizing a portion of that. But it is
Well, my suggestion was going to be that we take that 49,000 and cover the extra cost there.
It's already built into this proposal.
Like I said, misleading for me.
If I could suggest on this item, perhaps when we get to the end of the document, you can act on the rest of the document and then come back and act on the CRA issues separately. That
works for
make
me.
it easier for everybody.
Thank you. I'm going to take public comment. 3, 2, 1. Okay, no public comment.
You still have a couple more.
You want to go?
In the general fund. Well, if you'd like to hear them.
I think we would, yeah. Let's
Okay.
get it going.
We're almost finished with general fund. We're close. Okay, next one is animal control mentioned because it does have an increase of $8,000 as you see in your memo, and so
Yep.
we do need to increase appropriations for that cost center. And that is primarily due to the delay in bargaining. Transfers out, this is where you see, and Craig spoke to, the health growth funds that we received in regards to realignment and VLF. And that's where there are some that, as your board knows, comes in through the general fund and then is transferred directly out back to the departments, and that's why there's an increase in revenues and in expenditures. Sorry, the revenues come in, the expenditures go back out.
I have a question about that. How is the VLF usually divided up? I know, and this is a state issue, not going to change it, but.
Yeah, the VLF that we're speaking of, that goes back to the 91-92 realignment when they changed.
That's how that's
a lot of
structured.
Yeah, and it's been modified a few other times, and that was based on formulas developed years ago and then modified at the legislative level.
Yeah.
It's had input from CSAC and a number of other folks, but it's a complicated, formula.
Can we add to our legislative platform to try to advocate for additional VLF shares to be applied to road funding, road maintenance funding? Because we're always talking about new revenues, and they're talking about different things. There's not enough money there, but that's, people pay to register their cars, and then they use it for health and things like that. I think it just doesn't make sense to me. So
Yeah, we could always revisit that. We talk about in general raising revenues on a statewide or federal level. That's one of the options.
I
but
just
that-
think even more important is to use the existing revenues we have, especially ones that are related to vehicles, for
Yeah.
roads and vehicles.
Well, that's a big discussion there, because if we did that, that would pull away one of the core ways to fund these types of services.
I understand that.
Okay. So the
Thank
answer
you.
is yes, we can.
Thank you. That's it.
We
That's
can
it.
discuss that.
Sorry, Tracy.
That's okay. So the other last one of your contingencies, those remain the same as they were adopted, that your board approved at the $1,177,631. And then the last page here for general fund is the detail in which you now have an update, and this refers to the line item action taken and described in each of those cost centers. And I'm not sure if you want to proceed from here and go into the other funds. What would you like to do? Any other additional questions? Outside
Board
of
questions?
CRA?
Keep going, I guess.
Okay.
Try to just hustle through it, I guess.
Okay, all right. So the other funds, we have the other governmental funds. And road fund, overall, you'll see in there, we have an increased revenues of $111,000, and expenditures are expected to decrease by 45. So essentially, we're saying that this fund is projected to end the year better than where we were at adopted.
156 grand.
Correct.
And we're using that for bargaining, basically to cover the gap in bargaining.
Well, they've already had some savings in salaries and benefits in which this fund has absorbed, and we have to ask Bev specifically, but I believe that this is after they have estimated bargaining, but.
Yes, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. This actually is what we anticipate to have at the end of the year, and the road fund carries over to next year, so we'll be able to budget it, hopefully to either buy some new equipment we desperately need or to do more of that road maintenance that you want to see.
I want to see
So
pavement
this
on
is
the
a very
ground.
good thing. And
Okay.
This is unfortunately because we've had some staffing reductions this year for various reasons, and so that's why we have this surplus built up.
More than any other issue in the county, I hear about
for us.
roads, by far.
So you'll also see in this fund, through some of those cost savings and revenues, they've also included an upgrade to the CAD software. That is the same software that you approved in the adopted budget for CRA. So this would give the road fund and the CRA the same software. County fire, we are, and as you saw in the Schedule A, that we are anticipating at this point that there could be an increase in expenditures. We did estimate an additional almost $100,000 in revenue. Most of the increase in expenditures here are related to vehicle maintenance. And so we have listed out 3 ways in which we think or that we plan to address this as we move forward throughout the remaining months of this year. And that is included in that increase is also stipends for firefighters who've been set out of the county already. And so as the department will continue to work through revenues that are associated with those men and women who are sent out to go on fires, they've estimated as much as they can right now, but we're able to clear that up and have a more refined number for you as we progress throughout the year. Also, in looking at this fiscal year's CAL FIRE contract and looking at ways that we might be able to reduce the cost of the maintenance line item for vehicles that has increased so significantly this year. Next is solid waste. They need to increase appropriations by $19,300, and they also have additional revenue in that amount as well. So, and then we're back to Human Services Agency, again, Health Fund. And you'll see they have an additional $676,000 in additional revenues, and these are realignment revenues. And so they are asking to use just a portion of that through the rest of this fiscal year. That would be to replace 2 vehicles. They've estimated $75,000. One of those would be a 4-wheel drive. I don't know that they've gotten a hard line of what those would be. It's just a number to estimate at this point. And then the other is clinic fees have been reduced by $26,000. So the net increase overall would be $650,000. So what we're asking is that the board would increase appropriations and by $75,000 for vehicles, $43,000 for special departmental expense, and then place the remaining $532,000 in fund contingencies. Behavioral Health Fund, you'll see that we've been working with the staff and auditor controller. When the cost report was prepared for the drug and alcohol, there was a line item that needed to be corrected. There are certain revenues that have to be spent before the dedicated revenue grant fund for the drug and alcohol SAPD line can be spent. That was not the case this year. So what happened was they don't lose it. They defer that revenue and it moves into the next year to be spent. And so what we are asking is that your board would then decrease the contingencies from the $811,589 that your board adopted in the budget in October and reduce it down to the $500,652.
Okay.
And then your board also approved a grant for the Behavioral Health Department a few months ago, and that was a triage grant, which would allow them to add additional staffing. These are grant-funded staff, and that would be 2 additional workers placed in the crisis center. And so the cost of those 2 positions have been added in this budget along with the offsetting revenue from that grant that your board approved. Social services, very small amount. They had some growth. The growth was actually $11,002, and then it's added to their base, so the overall increase in revenues is $22,004, and they're offsetting that with an increase in their cash outs. The Social Service Fund, they pay their cash outs directly out of their fund. They are not part of our leave liability like the rest of us are. And then County Capital, as we noted earlier, there has been a $173,000 savings in the project that took place down in the jail. So staff have been working to determine what could they do down in the jail for water conservation. $8,900 of that has been used to help for some planning as what could they do, what is going to work with what they have to work with down there. And so staff will return in a short while with a project list for you as to how they think they can, fixtures and such that will help us meet the 50% mandatory water conservation. And then internal service funds, unexpected $58,000 in costs have resulted as an expiration of a discounted contract with AT&T. This is being covered by recognizing $58,000 in revenues from other departments that non-general fund departments to offset that cost. Purchasing, you've seen the photocopy cost have increased in a lot of the budgets. What's happening here is the staff has been taking a look and analyzing what's happening in there is the cost per copy, the number of copies, have they increased. So as a result, staff will be looking at reducing in the last quarter of the year the per copy charge to departments. And fleet services, this is a small mention, $9,000 in additional revenue, and with matching appropriations. And then we have the road capital fund. This road capital fund, since the adopted budget, they have added, and we put in a table for your review, there have been 4 projects added, and some of these are a result of fire. So you see your Hardin Flat, the Evergreen Road, Evergreen Creek, that was the culverts that were put in. Then we have Jacksonville Road and a bridge preventative maintenance. All of these have been added to the mid-year budget. And we are asking that the board approve the revenues and appropriations as are outlined within that table. And then we've discussed a lot of the different personnel actions as we went through the cost centers. So below you have them outlined again. So we have in CRA, addition of a full-time building inspector, with the cost of that being funded by the Rush Creek project. Behavior health, as we discussed earlier, the grant-funded positions, there's 2 behavior health worker positions. And then public health, in the adopted budget, your board had approved a grant-funded public health nurse. They have been unable to recruit for that position. What they'd like to do now is go back and eliminate the public health nurse and add in a full-time program specialist. This is all of these are grant-funded. That is a SNAP Ed grant. And then also they're asking for an addition of a part-time 0.6 program specialist, and this is for the CTG grant. Again, these are all grant-funded positions.
Okay, I'll just pick up at the end. We've talked about it, but under our watch list, this is something I'm bringing back. I've done in the past. That we're not asking for your board to take any action, but things I think are important for you to keep an eye on. As far as the rim fire and drought impacts on the general fund, again, it's still early to fully gauge the impacts of the rim fire, the federal shutdown, drought on our local revenues. Even though things are looking good after the first several months, we're going to have a better gauge as we get another quarter of that information in. Hopefully it'll be fine, but I've got concerns, and I think the board will understand why when you look at the tourism and the recent the minimal season of Dodge Ridge and so forth. And just to acknowledge that while we're talking about our revenues, if our revenues are off, that's a reflection that there's major segments of our economy that are hurting as well. But we'll get a better feel for that as we move forward. And then that's as far as our revenue impacts, but then also on our rim fire response and recovery costs and reimbursements. Again, our office has been working closely with other departments, with the auditor controller, in trying to gauge what those expenses are, what our reimbursements might be. That is a fluid situation that we're working through, and you should expect there will be changes, hopefully not significant changes there. And on the drought response and recovery costs, we're just beginning to experience the staffing commitment, advertising costs in partnership with TUD, the tribe, and so forth. And then we're going to be coming in and talking to you about what else we can do to change out fixtures in our buildings, to do, again, a part of our, what we need to do, like every other member of the community, is to reduce our water use by 50%. And one of the ways that we can do that is a major rehab replacement of our fixtures throughout our county buildings and so forth. And then just on bargaining, it's just a note, your actions today should get us through this fiscal year as far as bargaining, and if we do get those successful votes on our contract changes, we'll be fine going into the next fiscal year. If we're for some reason unsuccessful in getting that approved, or there's a delay, that would have an impact on next year's budget, so that's just a footnote for next year. So with all that, staff would recommend that you go ahead and act on the various changes that are recommended in this budget, with the exception of those 2 items in CRA, and we can address those separately.
Could I add one more thing? Sorry, I forgot.
Go ahead.
On the budget changes for mid-year, your line item detail, it's attachment E. Just want to bring to your attention a couple of things. One, on the first page on county council, I pulled the wrong line item account number where I've listed for county council communications, 3,000, that should be software. So that's just a minor change in just the line item. The other thing is I do need to work with Debbie on reconciling the contingency line items for both road and behavior health. So those adjustments will need to be made to this as I work with Debbie to ensure that those are in balance. That was it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be prepared to make a motion to adopt the year 2013-14 mid-year budget review associated with the budgetary adjustments, personnel detailed attachment described herein, with the exception of the personnel changes in the CRA, and I believe Supervisor Rutherford is prepared to make a motion on that.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any public comment on that before I call for it? Very good. Call for the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Go ahead and, yep.
I move that the board approve the personnel adjustments in CRA with the direction to staff to look for a near-term way to fund an additional county council entry-level attorney.
I'll second it.
Discussion? Any public comment on that one?
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I just really want to clarify, because when we did the budget workshop, I mentioned I would come to you in the second meeting of May, with a partially prepared proposed budget where that kind of, those positions would be discussed in the context of a budget for next year to include those ongoing type costs. Does this mean that I'm to not bring it in the end of May? I'm supposed to bring something sooner? Because I can do it, but I will have no context for next year's budget. I mean, I can bring an item saying add a position, but I don't know how that will be supported at this time as an ongoing cost in the next year's budget. That's the reason I'm asking.
Okay. My intent is a near-term, full-time, temporary solution to be addressed in next year's budget for a permanent solution. That's the intent of my motion.
That is clear as mud.
Yeah. I mean, I hear the priority loud and clear.
You want it now and in the future?
I want county council to be able to start moving forward on the hiring process for a long-term, full-time, entry-level attorney in the county council's office. The problem is, if we wait until the budget, it's going to be August before she can start the hiring process. It'll be November before she gets somebody on board. I want her to be able to start the hiring process now.
Yeah, and that we can do without an obligation. It takes work, to do it, but we can certainly do that, but hold hiring until we have the budget solved. That way it wouldn't slow it up. It could be hired early in the year if indeed that's what your board wants to do. We could do that.
I just want to remind us all that our last review, we're dealing in red ink, and my understanding is when you have red ink and you add more red ink, it gets bigger. So just a caution, we got to figure out where the money's going to come from, not against adding a position to everybody out there that needs the extra help, as long as we can pay for it. If we don't have the money to pay for it, I don't know how we can have it. So that's where I'm at.
Anything else? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're done. Thank you. I think, is it break time? You guys want a break?
It is for me. I don't know about for you.
Let's take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Time to get back to work. Could the clerk please read item 15? We're going to take it out of order. Chairman's prerogative.
Consideration of rescinding the following approvals for the Portola Mineral Company Blue Mountain Minerals mitigated negative declaration for conditional use permit and reclamation plan, conditional use permit to amend the conditional use permit, and reclamation plan to amend the reclamation plan.
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Driftall. On January 7th of this year, your board approved the expansion of the agricultural fill area for Blue Mountain Minerals. On February 5th, a lawsuit was filed challenging the approvals under CEQA. On February 25th, Blue Mountain Minerals submitted a letter requesting that your board rescind the approvals. A copy of the rescission letter is part of your packet. So we are before you to act on that request to rescind the approvals.
Questions?
I want to comment.
Hold the comments. Let's take public comment. Public comment. Come on up. Anybody else wants to talk, line up if you can. Get it done.
Chairman Royce, supervisors and county staff. I'm Jeff Verdowdy. I'm the CEO of Blue Mountain Minerals. I'd like to make a few comments regarding our decision to ask you today to rescind the hard-earned approval that we received on January 7th, as Carlin explained, to expand our ag fill area by 27 acres. First, I'd like to thank everybody for their efforts. I really believe that project, we came to an accurate and legal conclusion. And I really do take umbrage when I see in the press something that suggests other than that. Because I think we followed a very rigorous process. We came to an accurate and legal conclusion the first time around. And so I appreciate everybody's effort in that regard. Unfortunately, people in the community, at least one individual in the community felt that was not to his taste. So litigation was filed, and we had some decision to make. The fact that I'm standing here today to ask you to rescind that hard-earned project, to me, means something is seriously amiss. And I think that something is the way CEQA is being utilized. And my guess is I was not obviously a California resident when that litigation or that law went into place. But I think it was well-intentioned, and it has morphed into a tool for obstructionist groups to stop, slow down, and certainly add costs to anything that they happen to disagree with. Apologize for the frankness, but I think it just needs to be said here. And the other thing is I've learned in the process is without an EIR, the way that CEQA has morphed, it is not a level playing field in a court of law. And I don't like to play on non-level playing fields. It's really not a lot of fun. I understand, and a lot of folks have come to me in the last 30 days or so and asked me to go hard with litigation at this time, to really set a precedent and say, hey, an accurate legal project that is a mitigated negative declaration can go through, it can stand. Unfortunately, I took a look, and a lot of people gave me inputs, some very knowledgeable in the process, and they suggested that in the long run, it's much better for Blue Mountain Minerals to take a step back, do the EIR. If you think about it, a lot of work has already been done that will build the foundation for an EIR. Take a step back, do the EIR, and then come back to the board with an EIR and request approval for the project. The other thing I looked at was just dollars and cents. That's part of my role as the leader of Blue Mountain Minerals. And it simply is less expensive to step back and do the EIR right now than it is to pay a lot of lawyers. And that's exactly what we would have been doing. So from a practicality perspective, it made sense for us to go the EIR decision. I wish at this point, if you look at from an emotional perspective, I really wish that we go down the litigation route from an emotional perspective, because I think this is a process gone bad. And the only way to stop a process gone bad is to confront it. But when you look at the logical approach and looking at potential future litigation, it really is a very strong case to take the step back right now, do the EIR, and then come back to the board in the future. With that said, I wish there was a better way to set a precedent that an accurate, mitigated negative declaration could prevail. but it was just not clear to me how to accomplish that without taking the action I did. So I appreciate your consideration on our request.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question real quickly? Mr. Redowdy?
Yes.
And just so the public is aware that this, going forward with the EIR is an expense, can you tell us what you estimate that cost to be?
I think when all is in, we're going to be somewhere in the $200,000 range.
Thank you.
Could I ask one more question? And how much of delay do you figure this is going to cost you?
My guess is with the EIR and then the approval process, pretty close to a year. Somewhere between 9 months and 1 year is what the current estimate is.
Will that impact your operations?
It will not at this point. Mining is a long-term outlook. So you plan on these things ahead of time because you do anticipate there could be delays. There could be something along the bumps along the road. So we should not have any impact to our employment or our ability to operate at this time.
Carl? Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for motion.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
The simple truth in this whole thing is this. It's not about the legal issues of the project. Our staff did their homework well. Blue Mountain Minerals did their work well. Rather, this is about the ever-continuing abuse of CEQA by small-minded, self-interested individuals or small groups that do not represent the majority of our county. This is about a prudent business decision on the part of Blue Mountain Minerals to minimize the cost of proceeding with this project. In the final end game, the result will not be substantially different except for the loss of the $200,000 that Blue Mountain Mineral will have to make to move this project forward through an EIR process. This is $200,000 that Blue Mountain Mineral is going to have to not invest in their company, in their hardworking people, and in this community. This is a travesty. It's not new. It's the same old story. But this is not what America is all about. And it saddens me today that as an elected official of this county, that the legal framework that I've sworn to uphold has been so trampled on that I am going to have to cast a vote that I know that a vast majority of this county would rather I didn't cast.
Thank you for those comments, and I agree with them. Just a couple of observations. We're delaying rough numbers a year. We're spending $200,000, and like Supervisor Roderford said, that's money that could have been invested in the company, invested in other things, which actually makes Blue Mountain Minerals less competitive in the marketplace. I think we owe it to our people to be competitive. But let me put this in perspective. 27 acres. That's what we're talking about, 27 acres. There is a plan, an approved plan, to restore that land when it's all over. Not only is there an approved plan, there is a funding arrangement already set up to do that. 27 acres, and that will be done. You heard me before say it's roughly 1/10,000th of what was burned in Rimfire. The plan for restoration by the U.S. Forest Service with their EA and their EIS for just cleaning it up and not full restoration is less than 25% of what was burned. The rest will be left to Mother Nature, and that will take hundreds of years. Maybe we ought to be suing the federal government for mismanaging the land and making them do that. Not that that would work, but the damage out there is much, much worse than this damage, and this damage that little bit of damage on 27 acres has got a full plan for restoration and a full plan for funding. Where have we gone wrong? Where have we gone wrong in what we do? We've delayed things, we've made them less competitive. We haven't really wasted, I suppose, but we've delayed this project, which in theory could produce a few more jobs over time. We're just moving the wrong direction. CEQA reform needs to be done, and it needs to be done now, so that it isn't used as a weapon, that it's used as a reasonable process. We basically, in our county, in my tenure here, have seen the concept of mitigated negative declaration just taken off the books. It's not usable because every time it's used, every single time it's used, there is a lawsuit and either a settlement or a withdrawal or something. But everything gets delayed. This is wrong. So I will support this reluctantly.
I'll be a lot shorter than you guys, but, I believe that we did the proper thing in doing the negative deck. I believe Blue Mountain and staff did an excellent job of preparing it for a negative deck. Unfortunately, we have a roadblock that we can't move forward with, so, the choice of Blue Mountain to come back and rescind it is in my opinion, probably the wise choice, and then we can move forward. And I hope to see you again sooner than 9 months from now.
Yeah, and I concur with what my colleagues have said, and just would add that I think along with county staff, legal counsel, Blue Mountain Minerals, we also had state agencies that reviewed this and came to the same conclusion. And I remind us all that of the marketplace that we're in, and our businesses in California at some point have to be competitive with our neighboring states, or they simply will cease to exist. And we have got to find what the answers are without going through this. I will be very awaiting the information that comes out of the EIR to see what the differences are. And again, remembering the added cost in both time and money to Blue Mountain Minerals in the county.
Thank you. And I would just agree with what everyone has said and state that I'm disappointed, and I think that this is also, as everyone has stated, an abuse of the system, and it's a harm to our community. So with that, I'll ask for a motion.
I reluctantly move to approve the withdrawal of the permit request on behalf of Blue Mountain Minerals.
Second.
Any comments, final comments? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Do you want to go back to 12?
Yes, please.
Consideration of approving an agreement with Brandis Tallman for placement agency services and directing staff to coordinate with Brandis Tallman to prepare loan document packages for funding Tier 1 Public Safety Side Fund.
Thank you. Staff report.
Sure. Good morning, board members. I am Debbie Batista, the county clerk and auditor controller, and with me is my team, Shelley Peach, the county treasurer, tax collector, and Jeff Land from Brandis Tallman. What you have in front of you is a request for us to be able to go out and look at a loan package to come back to the board to fund the side fund of the public safety Tier 1 employees. In 2003, CalPERS put all of the entities who had less than 100 employees into pools for their retirement system. But at that point in time, they also calculated any unfunded liability that the individual jurisdictions had and created what they called a side fund. So when we first started this, our unfunded liability was about $4.7 million. In 2007, the county board and the county of Tuolumne put in the probation employees, the probation deputies, as part of the safety unit, and we added almost an additional $2.8 million. Presently, at the end of 2014, PERS has calculated that our unfunded liability is $8.1 million. What is occurring is that we are not paying off our unfunded liability, that every single year it continues to grow. If you look at the schedule that I provided you between 2012-13 and 13-14, our salaries for the safety people in the Tier 1 is actually decreasing by almost $600,000. The likelihood of any new employees going into Tier 1 with all of the new changes with PERS is really unlikely. In fact, we seem to be getting a decrease. In the month of April, we'll lose 2 more employees, and our payroll period will actually go down by almost $6,000. So what's occurring is that we are not putting in any money, enough money to fund the unfunded liability. And as PERS is looking at all of the different rules and regulations and policies and procedures that they have for normal, if you'll say that, entities, they're going to start looking at the side fund, and what's going to happen is that our rate is going to go up. So what we're asking is, at this point in time, we look at funding the side fund. We draw a line in the sand and say our current liability is the 8.2, and we're not going to let it go any further higher. And therefore, we will also reduce the rate that we have for Tier 1 employees in future years. If you look at the schedule that was prepared in February, we're looking at 2 different scenarios or plans on how to fund this, and we'll come back with real numbers and at that point in time what the market is going to bear. And it will give us some annual savings, nothing huge, but we'll accomplish 2 major things. The big one is drawing the line in the sand and not letting this liability go any larger. And 2, there will be some annual savings predominantly in the sheriff's office, because if we put the loan in there, the loan payments in there, but we also reduce his PERS because the rate will go down, there'll be some savings in that department. So what I'm requesting for you is that you agree or that you approve the agreement with Brannis Talus for them to become our placement agency for looking for a loan package to fund 100% our side fund for Tier 1, and we will come back to the board with that, and directing staff to work with them to put this package together. It should be noted that there are no funds, there's no costs until we actually put the loan together, and any of the costs that we have, the bond counsel and Brannis Talman's fees will all be included in the loan package. So by approving this, you still have one more shot to say no. But again, drawing the line in the sand, if you look at if you go back over the last couple years and see how this unfunded liability has grown, we're making fairly large contributions to it, and we're not even touching the principal. The principal's increasing. And so any of the 3 of us are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Randy?
Ms. Batista, well, yeah, by the way, thank you for the good work, all of you. This looks a good thing, but there's one thing missing in my mind, and that is you want to draw a line in the sand. I like that. I'd like to make it concrete, but how much do we need to direct Mr. Pedro and the staff to put in the budget to cover the unfunded liability? How much are we falling short every year? You just said it was growing every year.
I'm not quite sure what your
Well, you
question
said
is.
we're not meeting the unfunded liability, and it grows every year. Do we need to put more money in?
We would have to. Mr. Pedro and I have talked about this, and he has absolutely presented alternatives to this board. For example, if you'll recall that one use of the fund balance at the end of the year was to make, for better terminology, down payments on the side fund, and that the side fund of all of our unfunded liabilities with PERS would be the one that we want to look at. This would take care of that. This would have the annual payments, we'd know what they were. This will pay this loan off at the same period of time that PERS has. I mean, some of the conditions that we gave to Jeff and his staff was that we didn't want the loan to be any longer than it would be with PERS, and that we wanted to save some money annually so that we could have some savings. And we believe, at least in February, if we did either one of the scenarios, we would meet those two objectives.
And for the public's benefit, so they know how much money you're talking about saving annually, you projected a little over 100,000, 103 something.
Correct. We believe we're going to go, again, we don't want to put anything in stone, and Shelley definitely wants to make sure that everything is put in place that meets all of her needs, but we believe we're going to go with scenario B, which would save a little over $100,000 a year, and still pay this off, not incur any more unfunded liability, not have the rates really in jeopardy. Because I truly believe if we don't do anything in a couple years, our side fund rates will be double digits and probably high double digits.
Okay.
And presently, right now, it's a little over 8%.
Question, the 103,266 in scenario B, is that a direct general fund savings?
The only other fund that has, and again, I'm sure Mr. Peterson and I'll talk about it, I'm assuming we'll throw everything into the sheriff's office. There will be a little bit of savings in social services. They have one DSA member. All the other members, because when the PERS rates go down, the fund will have some savings. All of the other members are in the general fund, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I totally agree and support, what's before your board this morning. My only thing is to remind the board, and Debbie probably has the numbers memorized, but we're still talking, I think our overall PERS unfunded liability is over $60 million. And this is one important piece, and this has a timeline on it. So this is really important. That's why we also targeted it. So this is really important. But we still have a very large unfunded liability. Things are changing because PERS is changing their actuarial assumptions. Our rates are going to be going up. And so, how do we deal with the savings? That's going to be part of that bigger budget tapestry because our PERS costs will be going up to, on our other liability, to cover those other liabilities. But having said that, we have time to work on that, but I'm very supportive of this action.
Okay. Any other questions? Shelley.
Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. Two things I want to be sure you know when you look at approving this document package. To gain either of those interest rates, one condition is that a sum of money be placed in a bank for a minimum of 10 years. It can be withdrawn, but there'll be a change in the coupon rate. 10 years is a long time to tie up a chunk of money. And the second thing I want you to know is the money that's going to be, or that would be placed in there if you approve this, is pooled money. That's pooled money for the benefit of the county.
Question on that pooled money, what's the interest rate that we are earning on that now compared to what we put it in?
Okay. The majority of that money is in LAIF earning 0.24%, but it is available to me to invest it, let's say an agency today, for 5 years at 1%, but currently it's making 0.24.
Okay. So what we would be looking at is the difference between what we would be making and then what we would actually get from the investment.
Go ahead.
Or the deposit, I guess.
And currently, right now, the investment is greater, the interest rate on the investment is greater than LAIF.
I only have a 90-day guarantee on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Additional questions? Is there public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Any comments? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, could we do, yeah, go for it.
Consideration of authorizing the engineering division to prepare a plan to chip seal all of the roads in County Service Area 13 and included in a bid alternative in the county maintained chip seal contract in fiscal year 14-15.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. Special Districts received a request from an inactive county service area known as a CSA to do improvements on White Gulch Road. Because the CSA is inactive, a regular maintenance plan is not in effect. The CSA has a fund balance of $96,766 and receives ad valorem of about $8,000 per year. Excuse me. As you will see in your packet, there is a map here, but the CSA is quite complex. A portion of the parcels receive ad valorem, and a portion that doesn't was annexed in after Prop 13. A portion of White Gulch Road is in the CSA, and a part of the CSA is in a homeowners association. The current balance is not enough for a standalone contract for a chip seal, as you see as the red roads, or the roads that are in red. Providing the county with gold standard service, the engineering was working on creative ways to provide the CSA with maintenance it could receive and proposed combining it with the county's maintenance chip seal contract, which your board approved Tuolumne Road North, Lions Ball Mountain, and Yankee Hill Jackson Road in fiscal year 14-15. This will achieve reducing the costs for a standalone contract for the CSA, and the CSA has enough funds that engineering can include it as an alternate bid item. Engineering will also circulate notices to the homeowners association and the private owners so that they have an opportunity to work with the contractor in order that all roads in Yosemite Acres and the CSA have an opportunity to improve White Gulch Road, since it accesses all parcel owners. It is the central access off of Highway 120. This was presented to the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee, and it was recommended. And staff is recommending that your board authorize the engineering division to prepare a plan to chip seal all of the roads in the CSA and include it as a bid alternative in the county's maintenance chip seal contract in fiscal year 2014-15.
Mr. Chairman, we did hear this at the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee the other day, and I think it's well presented in that it gives the homeowners association up there the opportunity to enjoin should they wish to do additional work. So I'm prepared to make a motion whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This is the same kind of thing we did at Comstock Ranch a year or so ago. Yes?
You're saying the same type of maintenance treatment?
It's the same kind of a
Seal
project.
coat.
It's a chip seal, right?
A chip seal, what we did in Comstock was a Cape seal.
Oh,
which
Cape seal, it's
has
different.
a little bit more process to it.
Okay.
Cape seal is where you take a chip seal and a slurry seal on top.
Okay, so I'm
There's
just trying
more
to
layers.
get myself benchmarked to what we're doing. Okay, I got it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the engineer staff to prepare a plan to chip seal all the roads in CSA 13.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. I guess we'll take 14.
Consideration of approving an amendment to the fiscal year 2013-14 budget for public work projects by recognizing an increase of $959,494 in traffic impact mitigation revenue and increased appropriations in the same amount, authorizing the project to proceed with an overall project cost of 110% of the original estimated cost of $3.2 million in accordance with a cooperative agreement with the City of Sonora for the Mona Way widening project located between Greenlee and Fur Drive.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bev Shane, Director of Transportation. The City of Sonora is proposing to widen Mona Way from Greenlee Road to Fur Drive. This project was made the highest priority by the board in 2009 of projects to be funded under the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program. On August 7th of 2012, your board executed an cooperative agreement with the city to fund this project. The funding share arrangement was based upon the 2010 census, excluding the Sierra Conservation Center population. As such, under that arrangement, the county agreed to fund the project at 90.4%, while the city paid 9.6% of the costs. At that time, the estimated cost of the project was $3.2 million, with a potential overall cost of $3.5 million, including contingencies. The county share, based upon the $3.5 million, was $3,182,000, which your board appropriated at that time and is currently in a line item in the road project fund budget. In the fall of 23, the city put the project out for bids. The bids received range from $3.4 to $4.6 million. The lowest bidder advised the city that they were withdrawing their bid. As such, the other two bids, which both exceeded $4 million, was well in excess of the amount of funding that had been provided for this project, and the city decided to reject all bids and directed the city engineer to review the project again to see if there were some alternatives that he could make in a new bid process. The city engineer, Jerry Fucello, did just that, and he proposed to bid the project with two deductibles. One, which it was for an open-cut trench to replace a large culvert under Mona Way instead of boring and jacking. And the other alternative was to eliminate the decorative finish on the 1,365-foot-long retaining wall, which is on the north side of the project. In January, the city received three new bids, and those range from $3.9 million to $4.9 million. George Reed submitted the lowest bid, and that was $3,935,000. That bid includes both of the alternatives. George Reed's bid included $222,000 for the open trench. So that's a savings that can be realized by going with an open trench rather than the bore and jacking for the culvert replacement. George Reed bid for the retaining wall decorative finish was $147,000. As part of your agreement with the city, we have a project review team that meets on a regular basis to oversee this project. We met on March 3rd, and after discussing the bid packages, our team has recommended to you and to the City Council to proceed with the project by offering the contract to George Reed to use the open trench and save $222,000, but to go ahead with the decorative finish on the wall so that we would not save that additional $147,000. Based upon our recommendation, the total cost of the project is $3.7 million. Jerry Fucello has estimated to use a 5% contingency rather than a standard 10% contingency. With that, the total overall cost of the project, that 3.7 is construction cost only. The total overall project cost is $4.8 million. And that exceeds the current project by almost $1.3 million. Okay. So, working with the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, the council has said that they will pay $110,000 towards the widening of Mona Way where the bus stop will be. They will also fund $50,000 for the landscaping and irrigation system at the Fur Drive intersection. The city is going to pay $61,500 related to improvements that will be needed for future signalization at the Timber Hills Shopping Center. So with those costs reduced, the net project cost is $4,581,000. The county share at 9.4% is $4,141,574. Subtracting out what your board has already appropriated of $3,182,000, we are now asking for your approval today to appropriate an additional $959,494 to this project. This is all traffic impact mitigation fee funds that have been accruing for a number of years. As a reminder, your board voted to make this the top priority for funding with those dollars. When we came to you last fall with our annual report on the traffic impact mitigation fee fund, there was a balance of $10,125,228 in the fund.
Say that again.
Basically $10 million.
$10 million.
$10 million. And of those, we've allocated $6.3 million for county projects, which are the traffic signal at Fifth Avenue, Rawhide Road, and some other projects in the county. If you do appropriate the $959,000 today, you'll still have a cash reserve of $2.9 million in that fund. And there are additional funds that are, as you remember, on loan for the Law and Justice Center and also the landfill, which are not included in this. So that is a summary of the cost, and we do feel that this is an excellent project. This is where most of the traffic in the county goes through during the day. We feel very strongly that that wall, the decorative treatment, is important because this is the gateway to the historic community of Sonora and our county seat. And so today we do recommend that you approve this, as did your Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee when they reviewed this project yesterday.
Thank you. Questions?
Just to clarify that the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee reluctantly approved it, but we did approve it.
Sure.
And I have talked to a number of the businesses along the corridor there. There were some concerns about access to their businesses with the open trench. I am sure that I know we will be working with them and really trying to minimize those impacts, but the majority of them did understand the need in order to reduce the cost, and I want to thank them publicly for working with us so that we can get this project done, because it is very, very important. That's the bottleneck, and I would also like to say that the decorative wall, while that is a topic for discussion, and I don't know where we're at with working with other members in the community, if that's kind of been dropped off. Again, there was a lot of interest expressed by those business owners. They have some landscaping that they will be losing, and there was a lot of desire that is an entrance to the city, that it be presentable, and it puts a face to folks coming in and out, whether they're residents or recreationists. And they felt that it was an important piece. They did not want to see it dropped off. And I concur with that.
Thank you. Randy?
Thank you. This project we've delayed some time because we went out for bids hoping we could get prices down. Didn't look like we did a whole lot better when we went out and tried to scale it back. Why did we miss so far? Anybody give me an explanation for that? Because we missed it by a big amount. I think you were expecting, 3.2, and we got 4 point something. That's almost 40% round number. We missed it by a lot. How come?
Well, that'd be a question for the city engineer.
Come on,
and
Jerry.
if you're ready for him, I know he did want to address your board.
And look, I'm not opposed to this. But it's a serious question because you mentioned traffic mitigation funds, and a certain amount of those are allocated or encumbered for future projects. But those are based on estimates too. If we've missed those by so much, we don't have any money in our. Even though we think we've got a surplus, we don't have any money there. If we're missing by that far, we're going to be short on those projects. And it's of concern to me that we're missing our estimates by such a large amount on what I thought was a pretty well-defined project. And so my concern is we're not going to be able to make our money go as far as we'd like to go. So I would be interested why you think we missed so far and how we could have done better, but I just putting this out as a caution going forward. This is not going to be easy on any of these projects that we've already, if you will, encumbered money for.
My name is Jerry Fugillo, city engineer. Going on about 35 years now, so as a contract engineer. And I've been wanting to address this because I'm taking a lot of heck over it, and people are, the original estimate of this project at $3.2 million was based upon the preliminary engineering study before environmental, before any property acquisition, and before any final design. When we got into the environmental as well as the final design, we had to do a lot of additions that were necessary to add to this project. And we never increased the budget accordingly. For instance, the mitigation measure for the aesthetics on the walls, that form liner finish was added as the cheapest alternative to it's a rock form liner finish surrounded by columns and a top beam. Total finish on that thing, and that was that $147,000 and $500. It's about 10,000 square foot of extra finish that we had to do to meet that mitigation. About $15 a square foot. Cheapest alternative to be able to do that type of rock look finish. If you were to do a veneer, it'd cost you $30 or $40 a square foot. So those things added on it. There's also other things that were added, meet fire safety requirements, Mountain View Road. We had to widen Mountain View Road in order to close it at the end. We originally figured, well, we'll just put a little cul-de-sac at the end, widening so people turn around. We wound up doing the widening the entire road, extra $100,000 there. There was a drainage problem came up at Fur Drive. Resolved that. Took a $50,000 culvert to go diagonally across that intersection of Fur Drive and Monoway. There's numerous things. I can go down a list of items that was necessary to add. Take a look at the drop-off at General Plumbing as you come eastbound. You widen that, there's a real drop-off there. Solve that problem. We have to just take out more of Monoway to get that cross slope corrected. Extra money. We never adjusted the budget. We always figured we would bid this project, then we would adjust the budget, which is what we're doing here. I could have, and the preliminary engineering said, oh, hey, let's just add 50% to the estimate, and then I would look like a hero when you took the bids. But I think in bidding this thing twice, and with the knowledge that we had a low budget, you got the best price for the public. And I think if we had overestimated, sometimes if you go out and announce that you've got the budget, plenty of money, you might get a higher price. So that's my explanation.
We didn't know that after the first bid, or did we?
No.
Well, we bid it twice. Did we know? I mean, we went out for bids the first time. Why didn't we come back and accept the first bids then? Because they were high at the same time.
Well, I would have liked to accepted the low bid on the first bid, but the bidder withdrew. That was.
I understand, but I mean, I'm just pointing out that all that stuff was known.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think we need to be more realistic in where we go. That's all. Thanks.
Could I add? I think the point that you made on these engineer engineering estimate is really good. If you're going to be bidding a project and you see the engineer says it's going to be $4 million, my bid's going to be $4 million. And by doing it the way you have, I think you did get a little bit better price.
Other questions? Thank you. I take public comment this time, or Tim, you want to talk?
Yeah, just real quick. A couple comments that have come up during the deliberation. Tim Miller, City Administrator, City of Sonora. I'm sure we do intend to solicit proposals on the public art concept that was brought up. Now that we have a project, or we hope we have a project when you're done today. And what we'll do is we'll reserve a section of that wall for that purpose. So, I would agree with Randy. I think, with the funding program that was implemented when it was, and construction costs the way they are, you're going to see a difference in, you're going to realize less projects with the funding that's available. And I know Darren's scheduled to update that whole program, so I think it's time. The purpose of the second bid, there were some bid irregularities, there were some challenges that were submitted, but it did give us the opportunity to look at some deductive alternates, and for that we're going to realize $220,000 savings. The other thing that I'd remind you is within the cost, there's a $200,000 contingency. We don't spend that if we don't have to, and you actually reimburse us on an actual cost basis. You don't front all that money to us as we build the project. So we'll be managing those funds as carefully as you would if they were yours. And then I'd just like to make a commitment, or make the board aware of our commitment. We've got two RTP projects, regional transportation projects, that we fund through our traffic mitigation fees. It's this project and the Greenlee intersection. And we're committing all of those monies that we have now or will collect in the future to those two projects. Our share is small, but we're going to give you what we have. And when they're done, as development continues and we collect funds, those funds will be made available to the county for your transportation improvement projects, just as you've made your excess funds available to us. So, but the commitment is we're putting everything we have into these two projects, and we will get some additional money from McDonald's. We will get some additional money from the hospital, and that'll be allocated to whatever's left in the fund, plus those revenues allocated to the Greenlee intersection, which is our second priority project that will start the preliminary engineering and acquisition and environmental work this fiscal year. As soon as I know this one's underway, we can direct our attention to the second one. So just some information for you.
A quick question, Tim, just for the benefit of the public. Can you briefly explain also what some of the environmental challenges were that you had to work through? Because I think those were numerous.
Well, the corridor, or the area of the project that has environmental interests by the agencies is the intermittent creek, where there's the existing drainage. We had to go through a process to have a regional water quality permit, an Army Corps permit, and a Fish and Game permit. And we've been struggling with Fish and Game for several months, almost a year now, to come up with a revegetation plan that's appropriate. And we just got a revised permit from them that I signed and sent back. They actually wanted us to plant something like 150 trees in that small little area that we're going to disturb to put the culvert in. It's now, we're disturbing a total of 5,000 square feet, permanently disturbing maybe half of that. We're going to replant everything that's there, but we're down to, I think, planting 46 trees, and 38 of them have to live after 5 years. So we've come up with a more reasonable solution.
And those trees are live oak?
Live oak, willow, and I don't remember the third one. There's a third variety of a limited number, blue oak. So, but that's been a rather arduous process, but we've reached a conclusion as of Monday.
Good.
Thank you. I've got a few questions just for the benefit of the public, and I already got the opportunity to vet this through the Transportation Committee yesterday. I'll just kind of ask them, and just so that people that are listening will understand why we're doing this. Why is the county paying for a project within the city. And I got this question, I got an email, you know, the city collects tax revenues from people that shop outside the county, you know, say people from outside the county drive into the city for a lot of services and so forth. But can you guys just answer that and tell how we work together? I know this area was annexed into the city a number of years ago, and at one point this was a county project. It's always been kind of in our transportation plan, and the whole regional system works together. Darren could talk about this too and how we partner, but just so that people understand and the benefit of how there's equity.
Okay. Well, first of all, the traffic that utilizes this corridor is both county and city. You have a huge influx that comes into the city. So it's always been realized that in adopting the list of projects for the countywide traffic circulation improvement program, that this project was affecting both entities. And it was always given a high priority, including by this board and back in November 2009. The project itself is funded through the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program and is realized as a regional need, an area-wide need for that funding. And it was also recognized in the resolution back in 1998 that funding that we received through traffic impact mitigation fees should and could be used towards this project. With that in mind, I would say that there's always been an understanding that this is a regional need. If you do the commute into Sonora in the morning or in the afternoon, you realize that that bottleneck that exists after they completed the East Sonora Bypass Stage 1, it just necked down from 5 lanes to 2. And no turn pockets. Those businesses that are on the south side, they benefit from the turn pocket. We also, Jerry made mention of the improvements to Mountain View Road and a lot of the impacts to the businesses on the north side. One of the people that spoke when we went to the Board of Supervisors Traffic Committee meeting was the gentleman from Pinnell's and the impacts on his business and what he perceives as the benefits of part of the benefits of this project. That also applies to General Plumbing and others. So we got the north side, the city's got the south side. So
And the city is in the county, it's part of the county.
Yes, we're all in it together.
That's fine. Thank you. The other question I have is just about the nature of traffic impact mitigation funds. And for people that don't know, those come from basically projects, development projects that are mitigating impacts to traffic, right? So that goes into our little trust fund. And that can be used for improvements like projects, but not just general maintenance, correct?
That's correct.
So it's limited. We can't just go fix potholes with
Those
this.
funds cannot be used for potholes or any other type of road maintenance, and they can actually only be used for projects that are currently on the countywide traffic circulation improvement program, because
Right.
that was the basis for the fees to
So
begin
the
with.
color of the money is clearly defined. And then the last thing is just a point. I am happy to see local contractors doing this work, and that's a nice thing that came out of rebidding it. I don't know who won the first time, but I know George Reed, and I know that there's some other local contractors, Smithingo and so forth, that are going to be doing this work. So I know we're going to get a good job, a good project, and it's going to be a nice little kick for them. So is there any, I guess I'll just open it up for public comment real quick and try to get this thing moving. We got 10 minutes before we're going to have to be out of here for some other appointments. How you
Hi.
doing?
Very good. My name's Steve Miller. I represent a local company called Jensen Precast out of Lockford.
Yeah.
Different county, but San Joaquin. So I'm not here either pro or against the project. I'm more here to discuss the process in which the project is led. And I'm a little disappointed in how it's done. So you've had 2 iterations of bidding, and both times you've come back with less than desirable results in terms of how it impacts your budget. And so my comments relate to that. And the project's been let both times where you guys seemingly are getting competition, for the project, and that's great. You have multiple contractors bidding it, but you have this gigantic retaining wall, which is integral to the job. It has a very specific kind of texture that is important to the project, but you only have one type of product that you are allowing on the project. Cast-in-place concrete with a very specific liner to create the image. And instead of opening up that type of retaining wall system to multiple types of systems where you would then gain competition there, the project didn't allow that. There was no multiple systems allowed. There's soil nails with stained and carved gunite. There's precast modular block systems that all have textural systems that should be looked at and allowed to, be evaluated whether or not they would be acceptable to the city. Weren't allowed. And even now, here you are sitting, looking at $1 million to be allocated to the job, and the contractor's not bringing alternate systems to you to look at, which might be cost savings. And
Well, just for information, yesterday at the Transportation Committee, there was extensive discussion about that system, and we talked about alternatives, acid staining, or a number of different types of systems. And there was talk that there could be possibility for deduct changes for other alternatives, such as what you're talking about. So I would just ask that you maybe coordinate with some of the city folks and with the contractor, and I think there should definitely be some flexibility for a change order for a deduct to save some money if we can do that and still get a nice visually appealing product. And I think the key, as they said before, and I probably would have just went with a plain concrete wall myself, but the problem is the way the mitigated neg deck was approved, there's mitigation for visual impacts, and they included the treated wall as part of that mitigation. So that's part of the reason they have to do something. So if you have other products, like I said, Tim, I'm sure would be happy to hear about what you're looking at, and if it can save us some bucks, that'd be great. As far as process, I think that's chalk it up for future. Keep some flexibility. I bid on jobs, and I see that all the time. You got a certain form or a certain spec for some piece of equipment, and it drives up the cost because it's some weird thing that the bid specs got cut and paste from another job and whatever, But anyways.
Okay, so as long as the city will be, or the county or whatever, will be open to it, we are hoping to approach George Reed. We've talked to him already.
Yeah. Well, deal with the city. We're just the ones paying the bill. They're the ones managing the project. So Tim right there, I'm sure, and Jerry, those are your guys.
All right.
So
Thanks.
thank you. Yeah. Come on up.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, hi.
How you doing?
I'm Dan Pennell. I own Pennell's Carpet One, and I think we're probably the ones most affected by this. Just to recap, we've given up frontage to add the lanes. We've given up property for the easement for the utilities. You will close Mountain View Road, which was our only public access. Now we will be accessing off of an easement. We're going to have to relocate our signs. The timeline of construction is going to be from March to October or even longer, and that's in the construction business the only time we make money. So we're going to be heavily impacted during the construction season. But we do see that this project is a benefit to the community and also to ourselves. It's going to be a great project. It's going to really enhance the community. And we concede the fact that even though we're going to have to shut the traffic down for a couple weeks maybe while we do the open trench, which is going to affect us, that's kind of a no-brainer to save $250,000. But I'm here to talk about the wall, and that I think it's very important that the wall stays, and it stays architecturally pleasing. The amount of money is insignificant when we look at the overall picture, but more importantly, it's not something we're going to look at for 5 years. It's something that our kids are going to look at, and probably our grandkids. And as we come into this community, it's going to say something about who we are and what we look like. And I just want to impress upon you that it's my desire, as the guy that's most impacted, that I always thought that was going to happen, and I will be extremely disappointed if it doesn't happen. So please keep that in there.
Thank you. One other point to share, just for general public's, 5% is a contingency,
and we're paying this, basically, we're getting invoiced. So anything that doesn't get utilized doesn't get billed and we don't use. So we don't just fork over the money. Any other public comment? If not, please make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move on staff recommendation 1 and 2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Second.
Call for the question. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. We've got some people in the audience. I want to get a couple of these done before we get out of here for lunch. I know some of the board has appointments. I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to recess the board as Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District. And could the clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District to transfer funds to the Antelope Valley Air Quality Management District for the lower emissions school bus program.
Thank you. Vicki.
Good morning, Chairman Royce, members of the board. I'm Vicki Helmar, Air Pollution Control Officer. Since 2008, the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District has participated in the California Air Resources Board Lower Emission School Bus Program. This grant program was established to reduce school bus emissions through the replacement of older buses or the retrofit of diesel engines. Under the program, the deadline for full expenditure of funds was June 30th, 2012. Statewide, many air districts were not able to expend their total grant awards by that deadline. SB 1018, signed by the governor in June 2012, not only extended the deadline for full expenditure of funds to June 30th, 2014, but also allowed for the redirection of remaining funds from districts that would not be able to expend their funds to another air district that could. If you recall, in January of 2013, Modoc County Air Pollution Control District, unable to use their funds, redirected $120,241 to the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District. With this money, plus Tuolumne's own unspent funds, the district was able to fund 4 additional projects: 1 bus replacement for Somerville Unified School District and 3 bus engine retrofits for Jamestown School District. These 4 projects have now been completed, and there remains $2,154. The district has no other projects to fund and will need to redirect the remaining funds to another district or return the money to the state's general fund. 4 other districts also have small amounts of remaining funds that they are unable to use by the June 30th, 2014 deadline. Although each of the district's remaining funds are not enough to fund a project on their own, collectively, the residual funds from the 5 districts will be able to fund 1 last retrofitting project for the Antelope Valley Air Quality Management District. In order to transfer Tuolumne County's unspent funds to the Antelope Valley Air District, the California Air Resources Board requires a board resolution from Tuolumne County authorizing the transfer of funds. I'm requesting that your board adopt the resolution included in your packet.
Great. Questions?
Ready to make a motion?
All right, do it.
Okay, I move on staff recommendation to
Second.
approve this resolution.
Any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor? Aye. Carries 5-0. Thank you, Vicki.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take item 18 ahead of 17. So we have some people in the audience. So could you please, actually, I got to, let's see, recess as the Air Pollution Control District, reconvene as Board of Supervisors. Please read item 18.
Consideration of approving correspondence to the California Department of Water Resources Division of Safety Dams supporting the Tuolumne Economic Development Authority, Inc. request for a temporary waiver allowing the stop logs to be placed at their pre-2011 level on the former West Side Log Pond Dam number 558.
Thank you. You want to give a report, Craig?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll try to keep it brief. We did receive a copy of a letter from the Tuolumne Economic Development Authority, TEDA, which is the economic development arm of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and they're looking for support from this board and their outreach to the Division of Safety of Dams and doing what the clerk just said, being able to raise the stop logs in the sluiceway and spillway, the former West Side Log Pond. Their dual hope by doing this is it would enhance water supply for fire suppression operation and as a means of stabilizing groundwater in the area. I prepared a letter for your board's consideration to offer that support, and I know we have representatives in the audience and may want to speak to this.
Sure. 1.2, the, was it Division of Safety of Dams, require a 4,000-year, withstanding a 4,000-year storm. So, absolutely insane. How you doing, Jim?
I'm good, Helen. Thank you. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. That dam's been there for 90 years. It hasn't washed out to this date. It is managed. It did top over one time in a period of time where there was no management of that property. We do, every winter, drop the level of it to accommodate, obviously, rainfall, excessive rainfall. They came back, apparently they've raised their level of safety criteria on all dams, so it's not just us that they're pulling this on. It's something that's apparently part of their program now. I have been in communication with them, and they're up until this letter that we sent, they've just been adamant no. They're willing to listen now. They're kind of an extraordinary situation we're in, so I'm just hoping you guys will give a little bit extra push.
Happy to. Carl?
It's your district, right? Are you going to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, yeah. So moved.
Second.
And thank you very much, and yeah, it's a cool dam. I hope we get to fill it up. And if we just so happen to have the 4,000-year storm, it probably wouldn't hurt us this year. So I got a motion and a second to call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. And with that, let's go to lunch. And then the fun begins. Yeah, buddy. Okay, let's get rolling here. Call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Could the clerk please read our 130?
This is a public hearing to consider the following appeal, Jasmer and Painter. It's a conditional use permit.
Thank you. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Ellen Jasmer is a registered nurse and midwife. She has been operating her business as a home occupation on her property off of Draper Mine Road for the past 10 years. That business includes going to people's homes to assist in births and also doing consultation in her home itself. She has applied for a conditional use permit to expand her business by creating a birthing center on her property and on the neighboring property, which is currently owned by Sarah and Jennifer Painter. Mrs. Jasmer is acquiring that property, and so she will be the sole owner of that property. The 3.2-acre site is located at 16563 and 16757 Draper Mine Road. The conditional use permit proposes constructing the project and operating it over 3 phases for the next 10 to 15 years, or over 10 to 15 years. If you'd like to follow along, on page 23 of your agenda package, there is a map that identifies the phasing program. The first phase of the project is located in the center of the property, and that would be to convert an existing residence into 2 birthing suites. Phase 2 of the project would add a 3rd birthing suite within that building and would also include constructing a midwife's quarter in a new building immediately to the north. This phase would also include connecting to TUD for water and also doing a lot line adjustment. Their third phase, which is anticipated to occur for 10 to 15 years, involves converting the residents on the northwest corner of the property into 3 birthing suites and into an educational center. It also includes adding a midwife's office to the existing 3 birthing suites in that building and constructing a new residence for the property owners in the southerly portion of the property. During this process, the neighboring property owners were contacted during the early consultation and again about the Tuolumne County Plan Commission's hearing, which was conducted on February 19th. In letters received from the neighboring property owners and at the Plan Commission meeting, there are many concerns expressed about this project. Those concerns related to increased residential density, increased traffic, a change in the character of the neighborhood, the fact that this is a birthing center, so it would be open all hours, that whether or not the septic system could accommodate the additional business on the site. There was concerns about the biohazards that would be generated by this particular type of business, and also whether or not this could affect the neighboring property owners' property values. These concerns were addressed in the agenda report that you have before you today and in the conditions of approval. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission again heard these concerns and also heard from the applicant and many people in support of the project. At the conclusion of its hearing, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission did approve this project on a 5-to-1 vote. Because of the conditional use permit, the Planning Commission is the decision-making body, but that decision is appealable to your board. On February 24th, we did receive an appeal to the Planning Commission's decision that was submitted by Heather McFucci. That letter is included in your agenda materials. Essentially, she had many reasons for appeal, but I think the bottom line is she feels that this particular use is inappropriate in that community. I should note that this is a decision before you today is a land use decision. It's whether or not this is an appropriate area and appropriate property for this particular type of use. Healthcare facilities, which this is, are allowed in virtually all of our zoning districts as either a permitted or a conditional use. In this case, it's a conditional use. This is a medical type of facility. There are permits required from the state of California to operate it. So there may be some issues raised about operations, and that's more of a licensing issue than a land use issue. Council's going to say something else about that in just a moment, but I just wanted to mention that I've distributed 3 letters that we just received today, all in support of the project, and over the last few days you did receive emails from people expressing opposition to the project. And the last thing I want to mention before I refer to Ms. Drivdahl is that we also did receive a request from a neighboring property owner for a continuance of your hearing today to allow people who couldn't attend the hearing to have an opportunity to address you in person and not just by letter. They have asked that you continue this till sometime after April 15th. So that's something that we would ask that your board consider before you open the hearing today. And with that, Ms. Drivdahl.
Thank you. One of the issues that has been raised in between the Planning Commission meeting and your board's meeting is a bill that was AB 1308, which went into effect January 1st, 2014. The main thrust of this bill was to remove the requirement that licensed midwives practice under the supervision of a licensed physician and surgeon. In reviewing this bill, I did not find any specific issues that would affect the current project. However, I did find a section, it's Health and Safety Code Section 1204.3, which does govern the licensure of alternative birth centers. One of the requirements of that, and this would be a license that is required by and issued by the California Department of Public Health. And one of the requirements is that the center be located in proximity, in time and distance, to a facility with the capacity for management of obstetrical and neonatal emergencies, including the ability to provide C-sections within 30 minutes from the time of diagnosis of the emergency. One of the conditions of the conditional use permit that is before you, condition number 25, requires that any other licenses by or requirements of other agencies, which would include this this license by the California Department of Public Health, be issued and in place prior to the certificate of occupancy. So in reviewing this, it's my opinion that the provision of the Health and Safety Code is a licensing issue, not a zoning issue. But I'd be happy to address that further if you have questions.
Thank you. Is there any board questions about that? Is there any other staff report? Are you guys good
No,
to go?
but I will note that the project planner, Renee Henry, and Deputy CRA Director Duke York are here to answer questions you
All
might
right.
have about the project.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will allow. Yeah.
Excuse me, Dr. Stope, I don't know if you have this answer on top of your head, but just curious, how many births did we have in Tuolumne County last year?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Todd Stolp, Health Department. I don't have the absolute number, but we're very close to 450 in Tuolumne.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
So at this time, there's an opportunity for the applicant to do a presentation. Before we do that, I think you're asking our board to consider whether we wanted to allow the
If you're interested in continuing the hearing.
Okay. So I'll just look for consensus on what you want to do. Do you want to do it now, or do you think that we need to wait?
As I recall, the letter was from one person wishing.
right.
And
We've got a lot of people
we
here.
have a lot of people that are already came, so
I would agree. I'm just looking for consensus, so, okay. So with that, it's now time for the applicant to do their presentation, so.
Mr. Chair, do you want to have a time limit for the presentations before we get into the public hearing, or?
Yeah, how much time do you suspect you will need?
I don't know, and I'm free
Can
to
you
answer.
do it in less than 5 minutes?
Well,
I
because this will apply to both the applicant and the appellant, you want to make sure it's a reasonable amount of time.
Sure, and then when we do the hearing, we'll have another time limit, I'm sure.
Correct.
So, I'll just say 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you have that card to tell me when minutes? Okay. No, like to tell me when my minutes are up. Okay. Okay, great. All right, the first green one. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ellen Jasmer. I am a licensed midwife and a certified nurse midwife. And the licensing bill and ordinances that she talked about in the licensing program, those were all true. And one of those parts of the licensing is that to be a birth center, operating a birth center, you have to have a CPSP program, which I also have, that I've been operating and using for over 10 years. And what that is the California Medi-Cal program for pregnant women. It stands for Comprehensive Perinatal Services Program, which it overlays with midwifery's model of care quite beautifully, because we have a lot of attention and personal attention and education that we give to the patient. So it's interfaced with that. And so I do have that. I do take Medi-Cal, and I do take other insurances, and I also have cash paid people. And so the legal practice of midwifery for licensed midwives and certified nurse midwives, which I have both, is that we can practice in the hospital if you have hospital privileges, which I do not, and you can legally practice in a birth center or at home. And so I've been mainly doing home births for over 30 years, and there's a little like over 500 babies, grown children, adults that are running around Tuolumne County that I've helped in the past 30 years. And this has been a dream of mine to have a birth center, a small birth center. I mean, part of the project has been, I think, the heart of the project is converting that home into a 2-room birth center. So just in case there's 2 people going into labor at the same time, that there would be a place for them to go. And it would be a totally home environment, and it's more like a maxi home, not a mini hospital. And I do not want to have it look commercial whatsoever, because I wouldn't want that in my neighborhood either. I want to maintain the homey atmosphere, which people that seek out of hospital birth want, a relaxing, homey environment. And let's see. And so they have, researched. In California, there are 10 accredited birth centers in California, and they are all in metropolitan areas or busy cities. And some of them are 3 miles away from the hospital. But when you have freeway traffic, how long does that take you? With the new bypass, I am 9 minutes from the hospital if you hit every red light. And so it is quick, and I'm also in between 2 of the ambulance centers. And so we're in the parameters of being within 30 minutes of having an emergency. Also, one of the handouts that I gave you were my statistics. You can see on there that I can't remember how many total births are on there, 145 births from when I started doing statistics. And so my C-section rate is less than 5%. I deal only with low-risk mothers, and so if there's someone that turns into a high-risk situation, they get transferred to a physician, an OBGYN, when they are pregnant. And then if there's a problem, the transport rate on there, I think, is under 14%. And that's where if someone's in labor and they have to go to the hospital, I think there's like 2 on there that were, I have 1 minute. There was 2 that were urgent that had to use an ambulance. I did not have any emergency type transports. Do you have any questions for me? I have 30 seconds.
That's probably not part of the question. I just have one question, but that's...
We can hold those till after.
Okay.
The board has questions.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, so why accredited? The reason I want to be accredited, because I could have baby women come to my own home and have babies, and I can have them come to a rental. They can rent a motel room and have their babies, and that is totally legal for them to have their babies anywhere they want. Why do I want to do accredited is because of all the regulations that is protection for the client, meeting the requirements and the standards, the national standards for birth centers. They have whole standards, and meeting the OSHPD requirements with the building and all the things that you mentioned about the septic, the biohazard things. By the way, the one reason I did buy the painter's house is because it's already hooked up to sewer. What a note to end on.
Okay, just a question. How many births did you participate in last year?
Last year, I usually do 1 or 2 a month, and it's usually under 20 a year. Some months there's none, some months there's 4.
Okay, and as far as how many you think that you would, I know this is a hard question to ask.
Right.
How many do you think you would have if you went through with this project?
I think it would probably be about the same. And also another thing to remember is that most of the people that come to me want home births. They want to have them in their homes. And so I will still be doing home births, and so there's only a proportion of those. And in our county, and if you include Calaveras County, it's 4% that are out-of-hospital births in the last year. And that I got those statistics from an article that was put out earlier this year. And so only a percentage of those people would be choosing the birth center. Now, I have no idea if it will attract more people or not. And the main reason that I have it is that there are people that contact me that live too far away from the hospital, and so this is a safe place for them to come and have their baby in a home like atmosphere.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What do you estimate is kind of an average duration of the stay?
Per guidelines for an alternative and licensed birth center is that it's considered an ambulatory under 24-hour stay. And so it is my job to not admit them into, I don't know if they still consider it admitting, but admitting them into the birth center unless they're in active labor. And usually women in active labor will have their babies under 24 hours, and then they are able to go home, shortly after the postpartum, the immediate postpartum. So it's under a 24-hour stay.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. The appellant can now step forward and make their presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Heather Mafucci, and I am the one who applied for the appeal on this. And on behalf of all the other neighbors, and I would like to go back and readdress the continuance. I suffered a loss, my ex-husband, and I'm the executor of the estate, and another neighbor lost her mother, and they're having to deal with that, and we're kind of in the throes of some other legal issues going on, and so I would first of all address the board and ask if we could postpone it, in addition to this other gentleman who does have a stake and an interest is not available until after April 15th because he has a vast client list that he needs to get through. And again, I would submit that to you right at this moment, and I will accept whatever you have to offer.
That's fine.
Could we have a show of hands of the people in the audience that would be willing to have a continuance? I think it would just be interesting.
Okay.
If your board is looking for alternatives, perhaps you could open the public hearing, take the testimony of the people who are here today, and then continue the public hearing to a later date if you wanted to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a good solution because you're sure what's going on. Some of these people may not be able to come back.
Fair enough.
That's agreeable.
Okay.
Okay, start the clock. My main concerns, again, are the increase of traffic in the area and the 24-hour business that's going to be put into our neighborhood. If this were a business where it was run from 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening, I would be okay with that, and I'm pretty certain most of the other neighbors would be as well. But the mere fact of having people that are in labor racing down Draper Mine Road is not okay, because that's already a problem and there's not people in labor, okay? That's a big issue. The fact that I went online too and looked at all the accredited birthing centers and facilities that Ms. Jasmer spoke of. They're all very beautiful, and quite frankly, I'm proud of her for wanting to do something like that. We need something like that. But every single one of those centers were positioned, if not across from the hospital or a medical facility that took neonatal care of such the mother and the child, but with an extremely short distance, drive time distance. And I plotted out on the map on Google, they were all on surface streets to get to the hospitals. There was only one, and that was in Santa Rosa, where they only indicated they had a 9-minute drive. They did not articulate which hospital that they were using or allowed to use at that time. So with that said, that would be parallel to what Ms. Jasmer is proposing here today, her 9-minute drive. In my opinion, that's a long time to wait when you've got a mom that's bleeding out or a child that's non-responsive, okay? Again, all of these structures were placed in commercial areas where there was ample parking, and all of these provided 24-hour care for the mom, and it also indicated areas where people that would be waiting for the birth for them to be staying. That's the other issue that I have. transient population hanging around, people walking up and down, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, doing whatever it is that they do. And believe you me, I know what kind of behavior patterns erupt out of when Uncle Bob didn't get invited to the birth center, and now he's there drunk or under the influence, and now she's proposing that she'll just ask the parents to leave. Well, if she's in labor, how are you going to ask the parent to leave? You can't do that. And you're going to have the sheriff's office involved in this too, and I think that, they've got other things they need to be doing as well. I spent 34 years in law enforcement and just retired. I retired, and I have been living on that hilltop just above where she's proposing to put this place in, with the idea of having a peaceful, quiet environment, not one where all of a sudden I've got an emergency vehicle arriving, loudspeakers blaring from the fire trucks, people walking up and down the roadway, all the loitering traffic, what's the word I'm looking for? My house, being decreased in value. That's another issue. I've already talked to the Board of Realtors, and they're concerned too. Unfortunately, they cannot get involved at this level, but this is an impact that will drop my price of my house if I want to sell it. And those are the concerns that we have. And myself, and there are several others here today that are retirees that live there. We moved there for the agricultural, the quiet, the serenity, all that it says in there under your code. And to allow this kind of a commercial 24-hour business to come in is unacceptable. I will concede personally, I'm speaking on myself now, if she wants to just have an educational facility in that house alone, I am all for it. But beyond building out any further than that, I am not okay with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, I will open the public hearing and call for anyone who would like to speak in favor. And actually, before I do, can you raise your hand if you plan on speaking one way or the other, for or against? Okay, so we've got quite a few. So I'm gonna do 3 minutes each. And with that, anybody who would like to speak for, please come forward and line up right here.
And that's in favor of the project.
Yes, in favor of the project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Judy Finley, and I live directly across the street from the Jasmers. And I see what goes on there every day, and they do have cars that come. They do have folks. It does not impact us in the slightest. So there's 2 cars parked across the street. That does not concern me. It does not concern me that there may be 1 or 2 births a month across the street. This house is catty corner that they're trying to would like to convert. It's a beautiful rural area, and Ellie and Tim have assured me that they're going to continue it as a rural area so that you feel comfortable. It's just going to be like a house sitting across the street. And not all neighbors are against this. There are many neighbors that are for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kanan Whitman, member of the public, and I just wanted to come and just share our experience. My wife and I did a home birth with Ellie, and we had a great experience with it, and we really enjoyed it, and this project would really help with the insurance aspect of it. It was quite a hassle getting the insurance to go ahead and come along with it, and this would just really be a huge benefit when going to get insurance for doing a home birth. And then also, too, just the location. If she did have to do it in an area that required a larger overhead, it would really kind of mess up her business plan. She really doesn't do that many births a month, and if she did have a larger monthly obligation that she had to meet, she would have to take on quite a bit more births in order to make it work.
Thank you.
My name's Joan Wilkinson. I live next door to
to Finley's, like across the street from this house where they're going to have the birth center. I don't object to it at all. I think it would be a great thing. Ellie has been doing home births for a long time, and she got her RN. She was a midwife before, and then she got her RN, and we talked about whether this would be a good thing for her, and it turned out it was, because then she worked at the hospital for a while. She's had lots of experience, and I just feel like it would be an asset. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Johnson, and I am a licensed midwife in Stanislaus County. I'm also a Regional 6 representative for the California Association of Midwives. And I would like to speak, and I'm willing to entertain any questions. I practiced in a birth center for 2 years in Oakland, California, with a transport hospital that was 9 miles but 27 minutes away. And so I do have a good understanding of what it takes to run a birth center and the possibility of noise contamination, which I heard some people were talking about, or traffic issues. I can assure you that with the percentage of births that are happening out of the hospital, which right now is approximately 4%, that there would not be a high volume of people coming to this area. It's unlikely that even with the advent of a birth center in this location that you would see an increase that would be that high in the amount of people choosing out of hospital birth. So the amount of traffic of people coming to Ms. Jasmer's house most likely will maintain and be about the same. It is true that most births do happen inside of 24 hours, so most people are in and out of a birth center in, relatively speaking, 16 hours is very common if someone comes in active labor. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Bush. I'm a neighbor and member of the public. I'm also a father of 7. And the last 2 were home births with Ellie's help. We delivered right around the corner in Rancho Dos Paquitos. We did drive to Ellie's house the day of, a few minutes before, actually, the birth of one of our daughters. There was no racing up and down Draper Mine. It was a calm, planned birth. Ellie does not treat, or treat's not the right word, Ellie does not deliver for high-risk mothers. What we did was a planned home childbirth. It started 6 months prior, in which she trained both my wife and I in what we were going to do. She treats the whole family as a unit and picks and plans her home births wisely. In reading all the opposition to this, what I see over and over and over again is neighbors that don't know their neighbors. And it's a sad fact that fear seems to be the key reason for all the opposition. Fear of the unknown, of what kind of person they live right next door to, who's lived there for 34 years. She runs a very quiet house. Twice now we have been routine visitors in her house in all the preparation for the birth to our children. We go, we get trained, we leave. There is no high-speed traffic, high stress. Ellie and Tim are both very quiet people. They're quiet neighbors. I've talked with her about the project she's going to build. She's going to convert a house for the use for delivering babies, for people who live in Greeley Hill, Jupiter, Groveland, who can't get to a hospital quickly and need the option. Thank you. There was a birth center in this county where midwifery was acceptable. Ellie is not, as she said, welcome in our local hospitals, and there's not an option to have a midwife in a hospital. You either go to a hospital and have a doctor, or you have a home birth. And this would be a great go-between between the 2 options. Childbirth is a private, intimate thing, as intimate as the conception. It's not something that should be handled in a massive, major building, unless that is what somebody chooses. And if they choose to have a home birth and they live too remote, this is a great option for them. I hope you guys vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beth Rogers, and I have had 2 home births with Ellie and no drunk uncles showing up. I just wanted to say I hope you guys approve this. In this day and age, women want choices, and this is an excellent choice. Over and over again, the neighbors have said that Ellie should deliver babies only in homes, and she only has delivered them in homes because we haven't had a birth center. So I know personally I would have used it both times, so I would just ask that you guys keep an open mind. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melinda Lancaster, and I'm a labor companion or a labor coach, and I'd like to speak about the families that generally choose to have a home birth. Very quiet, very family-centered. There's not a lot of outside family besides the immediate family. It's usually a husband, a mother-in-law. It's not a party. It's always quiet and beautiful and just an amazing experience. And to have a birth center that's kind of in between the hospital setting, which is loud and crazy, and it's a difference between that and a home birth. And so this would be a good central idea. Thanks.
Okay, is there any other comments that would like to speak for the project at this time? If not, we will now move to. Thank you. At this time, we'll now take comments from anybody who is against the project. And if you could line up also. And once again, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Roy Spears. I live on Atencio Court. What I have to say is going to take a heck of a lot longer than 3 minutes, and I'm glad you give us a chance to come back. First thing is brought out here, home birth. At the last meeting we had, every one of the people that she birthed their children were at home, and they enjoyed the fact of being at home. Now, I don't want a big sign sitting on the corner on my road. That's the reason I'm opposing this thing. I recently moved back here from Idaho. I lived here for years before. Lived in a quiet neighborhood, no problems, and now all of a sudden we've got a commercial business going to be our thing. But the 3 things that I really want to bring up the fact of, what really bothered me, was the conflict of interest. Number 1, Mr. York, he didn't know first the question. All the questions we asked at the last meeting, they completely looked over all the questions. We asked Mr. York about the road. He didn't know to begin with on the count. Then he thought it was in 2011. I'd like to know what his job is if he doesn't know exactly what's going on that road. There's a tremendous amount of traffic from 108 over to Solzaville Road. Number 2, I'd like to know, with Mr. Regan, she paid him to come and take a pest control, which he was paid for. That's a conflict of interest. And then Mr. LaTorre, he's out there last week working on the place. That's a conflict of interest. So where does this stop?
You're talking about the planning commissioners.
Yeah. Well, where does it stop? Is there an open door for her to get these people that are involved on the board to come out and work for her? So that's a real big concern on my part.
Well, I don't think there's any conflicts of interest here today, so.
Not with you people, no.
Right, and
Not with you people
we're
at
making
all.
the decision today, so let's focus
Okay,
on the
but like
project.
I said, there's a lot of things brought up. One of the questions I asked if she had a license to operate. I was told that you don't have to have a license to operate in Tuolumne County, which I found out later that you have to have permits. But where does she do her birthing at? Does she do it in the county, or does she do it in the city? And if she does it in the city, she's got to have a city license for that. Correct or not? So this is my concern. And it's not only Tuolumne County that we're concerned about. She's got them coming from Calaveras County, too. So we don't want the influx of traffic or people or whatever. But like I first brought up to begin with, the favor of everybody was that they liked having their children at home. And that's the whole thing. I mean, they're calling it home birth. They're not bringing it to another facility. Thank you. But I will have a whole lot more to say at the next meeting.
Do you want to clarify?
I need to clarify, in terms of continuing the public hearing, if you're speaking today, you have participated in the public hearing, and if there is rebuttal or surrebuttal, you can speak again. But the option of speaking at the next, when the hearing is continued, will be for those who have not spoken today.
To give us 3 minutes to really say what we want to say, I don't think that's enough time. You give the first one 5 minutes, and last time we had 4 minutes, so.
Come forward, please.
My name's Jennifer Croston, and my concern is my children have to walk back and forth to school to catch the bus, and I think the traffic is just going to be too much for them. It's a narrow road anyway, and with them walking, there's not much room, and with the traffic as it is, they're already having to move in the culvert to, avoid sometimes getting hit, and I think that is just too much for them. And I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Parada, and I own the land right up above the Painter residence, so what I've got is an amphitheater to anything that happens down below me. And according to the project here, I mean, that's me, and that's where the house that they propose to build is going to be. It's going to be like 30 feet from my deck. So, and I've got pictures here if you care to look at the pictures. I've got them.
If you submit anything, it'll have to be kept. The clerk will file it away in the files for the record. So
Okay.
if you would like to, you're welcome to.
All right. Everybody else has pretty much hit on all the same points that I wanted to hit on too. There's a couple questions I have. Midwives can perform abortions. I didn't know that until I saw this in a newsletter, and I hope that's not the case. But I don't know. That hasn't ever been brought up because I'm not too sure anybody else knows that around here either.
I haven't heard that. We can clarify that in a little bit.
Yeah, okay. 13 parking places. It's like 2.1 parking places per room. So that amounts to 13 parking places. That's a lot of parking places right down in the front road. The sign issue, that's something to think about. The fact that you've got a 3-foot by 8-foot sign. Every one of the residences has to be lit 24/7. So it's going to illuminate the whole neighborhood, really. I mean, so I'm looking at my perspective, looking down at a lit area the whole time. So that's a big concern. Much more time I got here. Parking lot. Stage. It's okay. So anyway, delivery noise. 1 minute to go. Okay, delivery noise. My oldest daughter was born natural birth. And I swear to God, you could have heard her mother scream a half a mile away. So I don't know if things have changed since then, but it's like every birth is different. Every woman delivers different. And these are things that, you're not going to always get the same thing happening. So it's just little things like that. I'm sure it's not going to be a big product, but something to think about. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Parada, and basically, I think what I want to bring out is that I had trained years ago over at the old Sonora community, and I had access to be around the birthing center quite often, and there was constantly people mulling around, several people out smoking cigarettes. If her facility is going to be open 24/7, you're going to have people out there, because no one's going to just go in and sit and wait, because labor can take a long time. People do go outside, walk around. Draper Mine's awfully dangerous to be walking around on, so that leaves a tensio. And the fire danger, I think, would be substantial. All of a sudden they get called back in to come in, something's happening, they're going to be throwing cigarette butts down. People do get nervous, and they tend to, have these immediate reactions to go. That, and, my husband was just speaking how it's going to be right in front of us, and he's had the property for nearly 40 years, and he's now getting ready to retire, for that peace and quiet that he has worked so many years for, and that is going to be taken out. It's going to be gone. There's no way that some shrubbery is going to hide it because of the clearance issues and everything else that has to be addressed. So I am definitely not in favor of it. However, what Heather had brought up, if she wants to continue doing what she's doing between the hours of 8 and 8, I don't have an issue with that. But a 24/7 hour business in a residential neighborhood just does not seem appropriate. So, thank you.
Mine will be real short. I'm Carol Slater, and I'm a real estate appraiser here in Tuolumne County. I have been an appraiser for 26 years, okay? And I do feel that this birth center will affect the houses, the neighboring, properties. I do live in Rancho Paquitos, which is just down the road off of Draper Mine, and I've lived there for 19 years. I do feel that it's going to increase the traffic over there on Draper Mine and Atencio. I do feel that if they want to put a birthing center, it should be in a commercial type zoning, not in a residential zoning because of the 24/7. And I have a problem with, she says that she only delivers, about 2 people or 2 babies a month. Well, if that's true, why are they planning on having the original building, set up for a couple of birth centers, and then they're going to add another one that's going to have, another 3 and another one? I just, that's going to be expanding it. If you're not planning on delivering more than 2 people or, 2 babies a month, why do they need to even expand those other buildings? I just feel that it's going to affect the property values in the area, and I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dave Titzenall. Hello, Board. I don't live on Draper Mine Road, and I do not have a dog in this fight. But what I did want to ask the Board to consider is the precedent that will be set if you allow this. In a day of Affordable Care Act, we see ourselves going to Walmart and CVS for medical services. And where does that stop? If we allow a birthing center in a residential area, then when does the chiropractor come before you and say, I want to do it out of my home now, or the dentist? Or pretty soon a doctor decides to opt out of all kinds of Medicare and things like that and says, I'm going to start practicing from home. So we have to think about that precedent that we'll be setting today to allow medical services, which by county council says it's legal to do, but how are we going to control that? So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
My name is Imogene Perry. I live on Draper Mine Road, just above the Painter House, too. And the property values, the noise, the traffic, we don't need a birth center right there. We need it in a commercial area.
Thank you.
Afternoon, John Henderson. I own property on Atencio Court. Other people have spoken to many things, the property value. I'm just going to speak from my personal experience. I think we all love babies. My children were born over at the old Sierra Birth Center. I remember being sent out for walking her around. Why don't you take her for a walk, Mr. Henderson? And then finally winding up in an emergency C-section when we had been told all along that it was going to be a normal birth. So my concern really is more for the children. I was told that it was going to be a totally normal birth, but then just a few minutes later, we were prepping my wife for a C-section. And so I have a lot of concerns about the appropriateness of issuing a conditional use permit for a medical facility when babies are very, very important people that we need to watch out for. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments that would like to speak against? Okay. Now, since we are extending the public hearing, do we need to do
My recommendation would
rebuttal?
I would recommend, see if there's any neutral comments at this time, and then continue the hearing and for any additional initial testimony, favor and against, at the continued hearing, and then do rebuttal and surrebuttal at that time.
At the next meeting?
Correct.
Whenever we... Okay. So, because we're extending this, you guys heard the protocol here, so is there anybody that would like to speak neutrally? Todd?
Yeah, come on, line on up, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to clarify some data that was collected from last year regarding transports from the area of the proposed center. And I think, again, transports, these numbers do not relate to transports of patients in labor. These are simply transports, and they don't include management of on-scene time. This is simply loading the patient and moving down the road. The shortest time was 12 minutes. The longest was 39 minutes. The average was 12 minutes, 42 seconds. And the 90th percentile, that is 90% of all those transports occurred under 17 minutes. So just to give you some accurate figures. That is one way, yes.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
My name's Victoria Bloom. I'm a resident here in Sonora. And, well, just sort of in general, I have 3 children, one at a birth center, one at home, and one in the hospital, so I had all those experiences. And I just would, I know that home birth and birth center birth can be very, very, very safe. I would hope we would be open to that kind of thing in our county. My daughter's a midwife, and she practices in Utah. I want to be careful. I'm not necessarily advocating for this particular birth center, but I think it would be a really valuable thing to have here in Sonora, having experienced all of them and really appreciating how valuable it is sometimes to be in a home-like setting. That traditionally, birth, yes, sometimes it needs medical intervention, but historically it wasn't considered a medical condition. It was considered a human and natural condition, and that most of the time it can happen in that kind of setting. And that we're only talking about a few. And also my understanding of this setting is that there will be no smoking allowed. And if it's just the family, you won't have a lot of people kind of milling around. But I just wanted to mention those things. So thank you for letting me speak.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Jim Garaventa on your Planning Commission. I just wanted to point out one thing that the gentleman, Mr. Spears, had mentioned about Commissioner Ringen. Commissioner Ringen recused himself when he mentioned that he did the pest control. So
thank you.
I just want to make sure that point was made. I can't speak for Mr. Latorre or anyone else. So
thank you. Is there any other neutral comments?
Can I say something about that comment since I'm the one who made it?
No, you're out of order right now. Please sit down. Thank you. Okay, at this time, are there any other neutral comments? Anybody that didn't speak either for or against? Okay. Okay, come forward. This is neutral. Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
I just wanted to also speak similar to the last lady who just came up and spoke. My name is Jennifer Lothert. I'm an attorney here in town. I have 4 children, 1 stepdaughter, and 3 beautiful little boys. I gave birth to my first son in a hospital, so I too have that experience. I gave birth to my other 2 boys at home. And so I feel like I really have the advantage of seeing both sides. When I chose to have a hospital birth the first time, I felt like I was a little bit more cautious, wanted to have those safeguards in place, didn't quite feel comfortable doing a home birth. But certainly I'm a proponent for choice. And I think that in our rural community, where we do not have some of the resources that other bigger, more cosmopolitan and metropolitan areas have, that it's really important to give women in a rural setting, such as in our county and other neighboring rural counties, a choice. Whether that's they choose to do a hospital birth or they choose to have a home birth. And having the birthing center just offers another component to that choice. There's still going to be women who fall on both sides of that coin, And having the birthing center would just give women another opportunity to make a choice that fits for their situation and for their family. I think that having a home birth was wonderful. I also think having my hospital birth was wonderful. One was not better than the other. But I certainly hope that the board would give consideration to the opportunity that the birthing center is going to give to women who may live too far away from the hospital to be able to comfortably have a home birth, that want to have a home birth, which is really, as I understand it, the purpose that the birthing center would serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other neutral comments? Come on up. Oh, no, you already spoke against. You can't speak neutral also. Sorry. That's not how it works. Okay. I'm not seeing any. So we are extending the public hearing. So I guess I'm being directed that we will not have rebuttal or surrebuttal at this time.
Quick question for the board. Have you guys come to that decision that you were going to continue it, or have you heard enough? Have you guys come to
We
that
are
decision?
continuing. We need to pick a date. So we're going to do that. And what we're saying is rebuttal. Anybody that spoke today has another opportunity to speak either, well, I take that back. That's a conditional thing also. Anybody that spoke in favor has the opportunity to rebut anything that anyone said against. It has to be something that was said against. They can address that, not outside of those parameters. If people speak in the rebuttal section, anybody that spoke against has an opportunity to surrebut the rebuttal and address those points. So just a correct clarification. That's the process. So I would say we're going to figure out a date here, and then we're going to extend the public hearing to accommodate those requests. And then anybody that's here today is welcome to come back to participate in that part of the public hearing. And then after that, I'm sure we'll close it and make a decision. So Supervisor Hanvelt.
You skipped me again.
I assume we're going to let
Gotta be
the
more
people
aggressive.
who couldn't be here speak, or are we not?
Yeah, the public hearing is still open. That's why.
I'm talking about the people that aren't here today will get to speak either for or against.
Right, because
Yeah,
the public
okay.
hearing's still
I just want to
open.
make sure that was clear.
Yes, that's the intent, and that is legally the way. Okay.
Okay, just have two questions. One for Mr. York. Can you clarify the traffic issue, the counts and things that were brought into question?
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of the Roads Division. Be glad to clarify. In the initial report, what I had was I had 2 counts on Jamestown, or on Draper Mine Road. The count nearest to Highway 108 tends to be a lot higher than the count on Draper Mine when you get to the Soulsbyville Road end. So what I did is I had 2 prior counts on that road. The original counts, I know they asked for the years. The original count at the Highway 108 end was 1,050. That was a 2002 count. So what I do is I factored the, huh? A day?
The number of vehicles.
Yeah, that's one day. That's average daily count. I'm sorry. That's 1,050, and that was done in 2002. So what I do is I would use a inflation factor to bring it forward to 2014 count. And in doing so, it came out to 1,332 in 2014 numbers, average daily count. In the count at the Soulsbyville Road end, it was 760, and that was done in 2009, and I factored that forward to 2014, which came out to 839. So Highway 108 end, 1332, and at the Soulsbyville Road end, 839, and that's meaningful because this project is really closer to the Soulsbyville Road end of that road. Many of the larger roads, many of the larger roads that feed traffic into that road tend to be closer to the 108 end. Now, what I subsequently found out is that there was a newer count, newer than all of those put together. It was done on January 22nd, 2014, in conjunction with our Draper Mine Bridge, and it was taken at the Highway 108 end, and that was, like I said, a 2014 count, and the count on that was 942, so it didn't really get up to that 1,332 that I used to estimate. So when I did my estimates, I slightly overestimated the volume of traffic at the 108 end, and when we talk about level of service issues, the level of service A on a minor collector tops out at 2,138. So neither the count at the Soulsbyville Road end of the road or the count at the 108 end of the road even got into level of service B. It was all level of service A.
Just to continue with my question, the anticipated increase in traffic for this center is how many cars per day?
Oh, I think I believe it's in the report. I want to say it's 30 or something, but no, it would not even get close.
Okay.
We're not even half of the level needed to get up to level of service A.
I know it was in there, I just don't remember the number, but somewhere 50 or under trips.
I don't, the growth we're seeing in the county.
How many?
How many trips? 33.
Okay.
So
All right.
the amount of growth we're seeing in
Okay,
the county is, when
that-
I use that growth factor of 2% per year over the life of the thing, it's overestimating it because we haven't seen the growth on our local roads.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and the second question, if someone has a code book in front of them, could you just read the permitted business uses for a residential area?
I could pull out the code book, but I do want to clarify that we allow home occupations, or what we call cottage industries, in all of our residential zoning districts. That's exactly what Mrs. Jasmer is doing today. She's operating out of her home. If you are a dentist and want to work out of your home, if you're a hairdresser, I mean, we allow that. There are limitations. The concept is that there is no exterior evidence of a home occupation, that the business is being conducted entirely by the residents of the home, so that you cannot have outside employees. So it's small scale, but it's a way many people get started in businesses, and we promote that in Tuolumne County.
Which zoning? What's the zoning?
All of our residential zoning districts allow that.
What is this one? I don't remember the
This one's
size.
RE1 and R1.
Okay. I have it in front of me. I was going to see. Do you want me to read that? Or?
Just for the benefit of people that.
Sure.
You know, what I was
So
getting to
here's-
is we have a number of businesses, I could think the Foot Doctor in Groveland that we.
That's right.
We.
Well, daycare centers, a lot of that is also permitted uses. Bed and breakfast inns are permitted uses.
So here's-
Up to a certain limit.
So permitted uses for RE1, A, primary single-family dwelling per parcel. B, mobile home parks not to exceed the density of one dwelling per acre. C, one guest house or one detached secondary dwelling unit. D, general farming and ranching. E, nurseries and greenhouses for domestic use. F, general recreational use incidental to the primary use of the parcel. G, firehouses and police stations. H would be a residential care homes, transitional housing, supportive housing, or nursery schools within a permitted single-family dwelling for not more than 8 persons. I, public utility distribution facilities. J, prospecting. K, small or large family daycare home within a permitted or conditional use single-family dwelling subject to the requirements of Section 1752-160. L, private garages accessory to a single-family dwelling. M, accessory uses and structures pertinent to the permitted use. And then you get into conditional uses, and you've got ag processing facilities, roadside. Is that good?
Yeah, and just where I'm going with this is that, you know, just to point out that, that we have a lot of different uses that people can do within their houses that wouldn't require a hearing or anything else. And my question, I guess, last part of that question is what makes this birthing center so different than a child care facility or a self-help senior place where they could put me type facility.
That's right. Residential care is allowed in a single-family dwelling. This is a healthcare facility, and so it is conditional under the zoning ordinance. Another difference here is that it's not being conducted in her own home. She wants to convert a home to the birthing centers, not just do it within her home. As she said, she could have births within her existing home now under state law. But it goes beyond that, and that's why that triggered the conditional use permit in this case.
All right, thank you.
I think just to clarify, the reason we have a process for a conditional use permit is for things that we want to allow, but we want to make sure there are conditions to offset potential impacts and things. So a lot of the concerns we're hearing, we want to make sure there's things that address those concerns. But it's something that generally is allowable within those parameters that a body decides. So that's just a clarification of the process. Is there any other questions from the board? Okay, well then we need to pick a date, and I believe was April 15th was the date that was. Okay, so I think May 6th is our next meeting date after April 15th. So does that work for the board and staff? And that's after the 15th. So
1:30?
yeah, let's just take it back at 1:30. And like I said, anybody that would like to attend for the remainder of the public hearing and participate in any potential rebuttal, surrebuttal, you're welcome to do so. Anybody that did not speak today already will be able to speak freshly. So with that, thank you, and let's take a 5-minute break.
We will be having a joint workshop after the Plan Committee completes its draft of the general plan to get you back together and go over what the general plan update is all about at that time. But today's session is really about education. So I have entitled this Land Use Planning in California. So the first question is, well, does it really make a difference whether you're in California or Georgia or in Illinois or Nevada? And the answer is it makes a big difference. California has always been the leader in planning. I guess I'll say that it depends on your perspective as the leader, because the first zoning ordinance was developed for the city of Los Angeles back in 1916, almost 100 years ago. California was the first state to require comprehensive plans, which we know are general plans, and also the first state to enact environmental regulations. Okay, so first we're going to talk about the general plan. And the purpose, since 1937, California has mandated that we have big plans to guide growth and physical development of our communities. In Tuolumne County, our first general plan or big plan was nothing more than a road map. It was adopted in the 1950s, and we do have a copy of it in our, well, I guess it's the only version of it on the wall in our office, and it really is just the highways going through the county with some dots for the various communities. There's a dot for Jamestown and one for Columbia and one for Twain Harte, that type of thing. And at that time, there were no requirements that were specified. California, being California, adopted regulations since that time that started to mandate things that had to be included in general plans. General plans are to be comprehensive, internally consistent, and long-term, typically 10 to 20 years. Our current general plan was adopted in 1996 for almost a 25-year planning horizon to take us to the year 2020. I don't know any jurisdiction that has a 10-year general plan. In fact, there are jurisdictions that have taken 10 years to adopt a general plan. Both El Dorado County and Monterey County spent over 10 years in the process of updating and adopting general plans at a cost of over $10 million each. So these can be very time-consuming and very expensive processes. Okay, so the general... I know I have a pointer somewhere. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Again, we are required to address specific issues, but each jurisdiction has the authority to adopt in your general plan what issues you wish to address, how you want to address them. Really, you establish the scope of your general plan. It could be a very short general plan that does nothing but address the minimum standards of state law, or it could be very broad. Our general plan is rather broad because we do have a lot of optional elements. Bottom line, general plan should be clearly written, available to all those concerned, and easy to administer. And that's very important from my perspective. Then the process itself of developing the general plan provides for analyzing our local and regional conditions. That's what I said. It should be unique to your community. It's an opportunity to define our environmental, social, and economic goals from a community perspective. And also, it's a way to record our policies and programs for maintaining and improving existing development and future development. The real focus of a general plan, of course, is on future growth and development of your community. The process itself also provides for citizens' input. Very important. The public input process is one of the keys to a successful general plan. And also, we want to address ways that we can use our general plan on a day-to-day decision-making basis. A general plan is a dynamic document, not a static document. It's intended to be updated periodically, and it's intended to be used as part of your daily decision-making process. The project you just heard, general plan comes into play. Is that project consistent with our general plan? So, again, the general plan is a key document in providing direction to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission making their decision. The general plan is considered to be the constitution for growth and development of the county. General plans are very important documents because decision you make about development must be consistent with the general plan. And that's pursuant to Government Code Section 65300. And what we mean by every project, every development project, every county capital project, ordinances, all of those must be consistent with the general plan. Our general plan isn't just a set of policies that say, we'd like to see this or that. It's also a way for us to address the environmental effects of future growth and development within the general plan itself. So the policies themselves can act as mitigation because development must comply with the general plan. You can establish mitigation programs within your general plan. I mentioned our general plan was adopted on December 26, 1996, and yes, we did meet over the Christmas holidays that year, and we got it adopted. It was a 3-year process, and I was given a deadline that it had to be done by the December 31st of 1996, and we did meet our deadline. We are now embarking on an update of that general plan. In our case, we have been updating many of the elements since 1996, so our effort today is not nearly the challenge as it was back in the early 90s. Again, many of our elements have been updated, and we are doing some fairly minor updates to a lot of the sections. One of the reasons we are proposing to do this update is because 2020 is coming close, and it does take time to prepare general plans, but also because of the relationship of the general plan to the regional transportation plan. Regional transportation plans, unlike a general plan, are required by state law to be updated on a regular basis. They are to be updated every 5 years. So the Tuolumne County Transportation Council is now preparing one of its 5-year updates to the regional transportation plan. This provides us the opportunity to work with TCTC in order for us to have a regional transportation plan linked with our general plan update because they need our data on land use. We need their information for our circulation element, so they go hand in hand. It also provides us the opportunity to prepare do joint public outreach and also a joint environmental impact report. So it will address both the regional transportation plan and the general plan and allow us to reduce costs in that way or to share costs. We have fulfilled many steps leading up to where we are today, and those include the adoption of the regional blueprint. Many of you are aware that we started that several years ago. We had grant funding from Caltrans, and frankly, we are the most successful rural community yet in this process. Amador, Calaveras, and Alpine started a joint blueprint. Alpine dropped out, and that blueprint has never been finalized by Amador and Calaveras counties. But ours, we started ours much later than they did. We finished ours, and through that process, we selected a preferred growth scenario, which is distinctive communities. And that growth scenario is that we are trying to maximize the use of our resources. We want to promote development where we have water and sewer, public water and sewer services, where we have commercial centers, where people will be able to walk to facilities rather than having to get in a car. So that's all about promoting development within our existing communities. Rincon Consultants was hired to do an analysis of what it would take to update our general plan and the regional transportation plan to incorporate the general plan, to incorporate the blueprint into these two documents. And out of that came these reports, General Plan and Regional Transportation Plan Evaluation and Analysis, which is a mouthful, and the Tuolumne County Health and All Policies Review. That was also funded by a grant, and that focus of the Health and All Policies Review is, again, what changes are needed in the general plan to prepare a healthy communities element and to address other ways that we can promote a healthy lifestyle in our county. As I go through the process here, please ask questions and don't wait till the end. This isn't me lecturing you today. It's an opportunity to again, have a dialogue too. And we've agendized this so that if at some point I say something and you go, whoa, 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 that's really, we don't want to go in that direction. Oh, already Mark said, then the board can provide direction too to this process. No, their work is completed. Mm-hmm. Right here, Jerry, the flow chart of the process is right in front of us. We're already right, I guess this is not working very well. We are right here. The board, okay, who's got one? Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know, I just thought it was coming from that direction. Whoa, look at this one. Okay, so right here, the TCTC and the board already selected distinctive communities growth scenario. Board has already directed us to work on the general plan. TCTC's already given the go-ahead on the RTP update. We're now in this stage right in the middle where we are drafting the various elements of the general plan with the planning committee serving as the steering committee. We had the planning staff prepared the 96 general plan in-house. We all worked on various elements. We are also doing it in-house, but this time it's being written by our very talented senior planner, Adam Piskowski, who's in the audience. And he is taking the entire general plan and going through it line by line, updating it, doing red line versions. And as he finishes an element, we take it to the planning committee. And we've already completed significant work by the planning committee. And we hope we're going to skip a couple of meetings and then be able to come back the end of April with quite a bit of information and just to be wrapped up with our part of it. Once that's done, as I mentioned, we will be having a workshop. So Jerry, you would get the package. You can get it now. It's online. We have a webpage set up just for the general plan update. So if you want to start looking at it, you can. The plan committee's already been through that. We'll get everybody together so that we can go through, Adam, in that case, will go through the changes that have already been vetted through the planning committee. And then we will start an EIR process, and that will be hiring a consulting firm who will then take the EIR and prepare an environmental impact report. When that's completed, there will be a hearing by the Planning Commission, and they'll make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to certify the EIR and adopt the general plan. Now, when's all this going to happen? Yes. That's correct. Yes and no. The housing element, which you haven't seen yet, will be a check mark. We're done with that one. But, for example, the land use element you just saw with the disadvantaged communities, we had to move that part of it up because we have a deadline to get that adopted under state law. So that one's actually having more changes made to it besides the disadvantaged communities. Same thing with safety element. We had to address fire hazard in that under state law. So that's coming back to you with more changes. So the ones you've seen the most recently are actually the first step in a two-step process. Yeah. And here is our actual schedule. Started September 2013. We're hoping to have it wrapped up by May. We're talking with TCTC. There may be a little delay on circulation because they are still doing the modeling now for the Regional Transportation Plan update. We would like to start the EIR then, May or June. Draft EIR should be done hopefully by January. Final EIR is the draft with all the comments on the draft and responses to those comments. Hope to have that wrapped up by next April, about a year from now, with approval sometime in May. So that's the schedule that we are working under right now. Yes, Ron?
Where does the possible water fall in?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in just a minute. Okay. State law requires, I've got to think here. State law requires us to have 7 elements: land use, circulation, housing, conservation, open space, safety, and noise. And it does provide requirements, minimum requirements for each of those elements. And then there's also a general plan guideline document that's put out by the Office of Planning and Research, and we are required to utilize that to provide more information on how you comply with state law. We are also able to provide other information as well as what is required by law. The first one is land use element. And our land use element is being based upon the growth projections that the Regional Transportation Plan is using. Again, we're trying to coordinate these two documents. We rely on the Department of Finance figures. So when we worked on the blueprint, which the Department of Finance population projections were not reflective necessarily of the recession. So we had high growth projections. The latest figures from the Department of Conservation are very low. So by the year 2040, which is about the time frame for our general plan, the state is only projecting that we reach 60,000 people. Now, that's not very many per year if you divide that out. For the blueprint, we're using 80,000. And so what TCTC staff did working with us recently was to go back for the last 10 years in building permits. And they developed an average. So we would have prior to the recession and recession taken into account to see if we can come up with something we think is a little more reasonable than what the state is now projecting. And so the population projection that we are looking at is 63,000 people by the year 2040. That's based upon 190 new single-family building permits per year. So again, that's the figure. And that's how, with land use element, what we're looking at is patterns of development. So you have to think about how many people we have to accommodate. And the general plan land use element has all the policies about where the land should be, compatibility with neighborhoods, that type of thing. But when you think about the general plan land use, you really don't think about this big policy document. You're thinking about land use maps like this. This happens to be a Sonora quadrangle. But, that's really a big basis of the land use element is the actual land use diagrams, which we are required by state law to have. And we use a, different color coding to show different land use designations. And it varies anywhere from our timberlands to our rangelands to public lands, all the way down to multiple family housing. The circulation, as I mentioned, is very much reflective of the regional transportation plan. We don't just talk about roads in the RTP and the circulation element. We have to talk about all types of circulation issues, and also to address, again, not just roads, but the airports are addressed in there, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, mass transit, which are our buses in Tuolumne County. And then recently there has been a requirement under AB 1358, the Complete Streets Act, that a circulation element that's adopted after January of 2011 must address complete streets. Well, what do we mean by that? That starting to develop requirements that you have sidewalks and you have bicycle and pedestrian facilities, or at least you address them and where they are logically to be located in your community, so that people aren't looking, jurisdictions are no longer looking at just roads. You're looking at the entire spectrum of alternative transportation sources. And so that's what we mean by complete streets. Housing element, I'm not going to spend much time on. Housing element is unique in that it's the only element that's required by state law to be updated on a regular basis. There are two provisions in current state law, 8-year plan and 5-year plan. 8-year plans review is really our metropolitan planning organizations, which we don't meet those requirements. We're a rural area. Our update is required to be July 1st of this year. And this is the only element that must be reviewed and certified by a state agency. And so our housing element needs to be certified by the Department of Housing and Community Development in Sacramento in order for us to continue to be able to qualify for our home loan program, and some of the, even CDBG grants are based upon having a certified housing element. One thing, too, this mentions we also need to address the regional housing needs. I will just note that this year our regional housing needs are 450 units. 5 years ago it was over 1,000. So the state has made an effort to become a little bit more realistic in rural areas as to what the housing needs really are. Yes, our housing element has been referred to the state, the draft, and again, they have changed their process. We received a response in 2 weeks. They had a conference call to say we only have 2 issues. We're still waiting for the letter, however, but they said if you can make those 2 changes, we will send you a letter saying that we will certify it once it's adopted by the board. The last time we did this 5 years ago, after the board adopted, we spent, after getting a letter saying it would be certified, we spent a year making changes to satisfy HCD. So that could still happen. We're hoping it doesn't. Another mandatory element is the conservation element, and this deals primarily with our natural resources, water, forests, soils, rivers, wildlife. One thing the board has done is establish the Biological Resources Ad Hoc Committee to talk about the biological resource section. And I'm pleased to note that yesterday that committee completed its review, and we'll be taking that draft of that section to the full board in April and asking the board to review it and then refer it back to the planning committee to include with the rest of the general plan update. Oh yes, that's going to be part of the general plan EIR. That's going to be a significant issue, which we already heard about yesterday. So, in addition to the conservation element, the state requires an open space element. Now, a key difference here is, while conservation to me means more utilization of your resources, open space is very specific in its to identify land that should remain unimproved to provide for preservation of natural resources. And what many jurisdictions have done, and we did, is that we combined these two in our 96 general plan. And the planning committee has already reviewed this section, or this element, and has recommended that we change the name. Instead of conservation and open space element, we will call it the natural resources element. So, I think that's a good decision. Noise element is the next to last mandatory element. This is not a big issue in our county. We're a rural county. We have, other than traffic and a few industries that generate noise, the airport's probably one of the bigger noise generators. We just don't have these types of issues that you see in the metropolitan area. Nevertheless, we are required by state law to address noise sources, to do noise contouring along roadways, and to have policies on how we're going to address excessive noise. And the final mandatory element is a safety element, and this is all about protection from natural hazards and also including fire. And the natural hazards are also addressed in our Tuolumne County Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, so there's no shortage of plans that address this issue. We also, in our safety element, address not just the hazards, but have a lot of mitigation programs for hazard reduction, and also discuss the resources we have regarding providing the services for emergencies and things like that. Tuolumne County, of course, is in a state responsibility area, and because of that, we are required by state law to address lands classified as very high fire hazard, which in most of the county is. So. In addition to mandatory elements, we can have as many optional elements as we want. And this is a local decision. You can decide if you want any or none. And if you do want some, they should reflect areas of interest to your community. But once you have decided to have an optional element, you'll see it becomes part of the general plan with the same force and effect as the mandatory elements. So that means if you have an optional element, when you make those findings that are projects consistent with your general plan, that includes everything, including your optional elements. Tuolumne County currently has 7 optional elements, as well as 5 community plans. And on September 17th, the board added a water element and a healthy communities element.
Bev?
Yes.
Excuse me. How does that compare with other counties in the state having?
We have a lot.
Well, 13,
Yeah. I'll briefly go through these. Public facilities and services element. This element addresses schools, police protection, and libraries. It also currently addresses water and sewer facilities, but we are proposing to move those sections into our new water element. So the water element has been proposed or directed by the board because of the reactivation of the Tuolumne County Water Agency. This year, there's no question as to why it would be beneficial to have an element focused specifically on water because of the drought situation. This element is going to address water and sewer service for new development, water quality regulations, watershed protection enhancement, water rights, and future water demands. And a key component of writing this particular element, one, it's brand new, is working with those agencies that actually provide the water and sewer services. So Adam has been working with them, and the element will reflect their input. The next optional element that we have is the recreation element, and this again has lots of policies about promoting recreational development in our county. This has been implemented through our Recreation Master Plan, which was adopted in 2002, and there's a lot of parks and trails and recreation facilities that are included in that Recreation Master Plan. They're just waiting to be funded. And so that's, again, it's a good document, but it's really a key to implementation of that is through getting some funding and the ability to move forward on some of those things. And besides just building new parks and recreation facilities, of course, comes the how are they going to be maintained. That continues to be a big issue when we talk about trails and getting funding for trails. The cultural resources management element. This one was updated 2011, I believe. Very important because we live in the mother lode. I mean, our whole county is based upon the gold rush and people who came up here to look for the gold. So preserving the county's history has always been important to members of the community, to the Board of Supervisors. This element talks about that importance, but more importantly, it promotes preparing cultural resource inventories for communities, and those are very valuable to property owners. It can streamline the development process when they want to add on to their building or make changes to it. It establishes procedures for demolishing structures, and also has thresholds for requiring cultural resource studies for new development. We're not making many changes to that element at all. Economic development element. This one was also recently updated with the input from Larry Cope from the Economic Development Authority. The whole emphasis of this element is basically what can we do to promote business and support businesses in our community, and very important, it reflects the county's commitment to being business friendly. This is another element because it was recently updated. We're not proposing many changes. Is that what you do? That's how we used to do it. I'm trying to do it now. Oh, there you go. Yeah, more gentle touch than I did. There you go. Okay, so we have community plans. We have 5 of them. The purpose of these plans has always been to look at the unique communities, their features, and specific policies and programs that were developed by members of those communities to reflect how they want to grow and develop in the future. Those are the Jamestown, Columbia, East Sonora, Tuolumne, and Mountain Springs community plans. I'm not going to talk about those unless somebody has questions. I'll let you know that we aren't making any changes to these at all as we go through the process. Jamestown, Columbia were updated not too long ago. Tuolumne was adopted in 2005, so it's only about 9 years old. And the Mountain Springs Community Plan, of course, is related to a specific development project with a development agreement. So that has a little bit different process if we did want to update it. Okay. In addition to writing up a general plan, the state law says that we have to have implementation strategies. So you can't just say we're going to, wait a minute. Skipped over this when I was trying to fix it. Okay, so let's go back to ag resources. This is one that we are still working on. This is one that went to the planning committee about a year ago, changing quite a few things to promote agritourism. Not so much to the element, but to the zoning ordinance and also to our Williamson Act regulations. This has recently been referred back to the Agriculture Advisory Committee because we received comments on our draft from the Department of Conservation concerning proposed changes to the Williamson Act regulations. So this one has not been seen, the latest version has not been seen by the Planning Committee yet, but we hope to get that moving along. There's a meeting actually. There's the Department of Conservation. Remember, we took that to the board just a couple of meetings ago? The Williamson Act. Unfortunately, as long as you're providing a tax incentive, you must comply with state law. Actually, the tax incentive affects the state's revenue as well as counties. So regardless, as long as you wish to continue to offer the Williamson Act, you have to abide by the state law. Yeah. From Williamson Act lands, as long as you are offering a tax incentive program under state law, you must comply with the state law. There are jurisdictions that have filed notices of non-renewal on all of their Williamson Act contracted lands. Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors voted, I believe, 3 times that even though we weren't getting subventions, that we were going to make a commitment to continue to offer the Williamson Act. No, you don't pay it. It means you're getting less revenue, and that means the state gets less revenue, because we only get 26 cents of every dollar from property tax to begin with. Right. I think Mark had a question, or Ron?
Yeah, when I was looking at San Luis Obispo that we talked about before, and you're right, you know, if you're under Williamson Act, you can't do the ag clustering, but they sort of have another level that they do sort of their own version of Williamson Act. They don't have a whole lot of people in Williamson Act. They provide their own county tax incentive and sort of set this other category up, and then that's where all their ag clustering and all their other benefits come under that.
If anyone's interested in that, we would take some research, because the question would become, if they're giving a property tax incentive, how are they making up the difference to the state from property tax? That would really be the question.
Yeah.
Is the county subsidizing it, or is it property tax incentive? Is there some other incentive they're providing that's monetary?
And when you read it in the general thing, it looks like it is a property tax incentive, but it might be worthwhile looking, because it was interesting that they came up with sort of their own level of category for it. That's where their ag clustering was plugged in underneath. And so it might be worth looking into.
Okay. Okay, so that's ag. Air quality. This particular element is, again, it's optional. We aren't required to have an air quality element, but one thing that we are doing now is a lot of updating, because we did a countywide greenhouse gas study. Now that is an issue for California and has been for some time, this is a huge benefit to the county that we, through the blueprint process, were able to do this greenhouse gas study. And that is because through the study, we've identified thresholds for requiring individualized greenhouse gas studies for new development. We have mitigation measures built into this study that identifies them, so a developer can rely on those. It also provides a basis potentially for future funding. There are some there's some legislation pending about cap and trade and making some of those dollars available to local agencies, but one of the requirements is going to be to have this type of a study, and we've already got that done. So that study is going to be incorporated into our air quality element. So you're going to see a lot of changes to that element. It's more the not for the wildfires that are, a hazard. It's on the day-to-day air pollution generation. Yes, yeah. Vehicles is a big one always. Yeah. I'm not sure we want to include that, because then you're going to say you're generating a lot more. Well, but you'd be responsible. But I do want to make a point. When we were working with our consultants on the study, one thing that we asked them to look at very carefully was, didn't we get credit for having all this forest land, all these trees in our county? Wasn't there carbon sequestration coming from that? And the response was, the state already took credit for it. So the models that they are using from the Air Resources Board, that's already taken into account. So we don't gain any credit for providing that open area.
However, when it burns,
that goes against us, but when it's sucking up carbon dioxide, that goes for the state.
Well, but the fires, because again, it's not a typical event, those are hopefully very rare events, those aren't really taken into consideration. They're talking about, vehicles, the wood stoves, the industrial businesses that generate smoke and that type of thing. That's really what's discussed here. Even at, your home, the electricity that's being generated by PG&E to provide the electricity to all these houses, all that is put into these formulas and into these models that are run to determine what our greenhouse gas is in the county. I think, Mark, you had your hand up?
Yeah. And if I understand the air quality element correctly, what this does is because we have this greenhouse gas study and it's incorporated into our general plan, we don't have to do the greenhouse gas study on an individual project basis because it's already part of our general plan. If we follow the formula.
If you're under the threshold.
Okay.
If you're a big project, you're still going to do a greenhouse gas study. But small projects like a parcel map, all those we were able to exempt through using, from having to do their own studies through this. They can rely on this.
Where I'm going is that there are these optional elements that provide a pretty good benefit by including these in our
That's
general
right.
plan because the environmental process is already taken care of on a general plan level, so
That's
we don't
right.
have to do it on a project level.
That's true. But there are certain thresholds.
Right.
That above that, you still would have to do an individual study.
Okay.
Yeah. Community identity, we talked about community plans, but this element leads into the community plans, and this is where we address quality of life issues, aesthetics, rural character, community facilities, and the history of communities. And then we are adding, of course, the healthy communities element. This is based upon the health and all policies approach, and we're going to, in this element, include, discuss secondhand smoke within multiple family housing projects, promote healthy eating, safe routes to schools, and alternative transportation modes, and especially recreational trails and other facilities to get people out of their cars and walking or bicycling or some other mode of transportation.
Here's the reason for my question. We're going to put this in general plan, and we ought to have a meeting in mind on what that means to development of the county, and I would really like to hear that.
I'm bringing up our expert.
Adam Piskowski, Senior Planner for the CRA.
I'm all for promoting healthy eating and living and all that stuff.
Well, I'm preparing the Healthy Communities element right now, and a couple policies that I've came up with looking at other jurisdictions is promoting certificate programs for healthy restaurants and healthy retail foods. So, and by doing that, we would provide them some type of incentive. We haven't figured out what the incentives would be yet, but perhaps by providing them some type of plaque to put on their establishment saying that we are a healthy facility, type of plaque on there, and to help promote their business in that type of sense. And other things that we're looking into is possibly community gardens, allow communities to have their own areas where they can grow their vegetables. Not everyone who lives in high-density residential be able to, in apartments or anything like that, have their own garden area. So promoting that type of stuff along with farm stands and fruit markets and stuff like that, so they can go and get fresh vegetables and that type of stuff. And another policy that we came up with was encouraging farmers markets and those type of smaller establishments to somehow accept either EBT cards or food stamps and that type of stuff. So that people of all income levels will be able to get some type of access to these fresh produce and fruits.
So no donut shop free zones?
scheduled around the
I didn't propose any limitation on like fast food or those type of stuff. It's just promoting other.
I guess one of the problems that I have, because I've been in and around healthy eating and stuff decades. The definition of healthy eating, I can poll 20 different people, and I'll get 20 diverse definitions of what healthy eating is. And I can get you 10 of those people can be doctors, okay? And they'll tell you 10 different things. That's the problem that I have when we put a label like healthy eating and healthy living.
Another thing that I would add is with this healthy communities element, after I'm done with the draft, we would send to Dr. Stolp and to his community transformation team, which includes the hospital and other organizations, and they would be reviewing it too before we bring it to the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee for review. So we get their input also.
Good luck with it. I'm waiting with bated breath.
Okay. In addition to having policies and programs in your general plan, state law requires us to address how we're going to implement them. So it's not good enough just to have a plan that sits on a shelf. You have to have an implementation strategy. And that strategy is to include timelines for completion of various programs. In our general plan currently and in the proposed plan, we do have ongoing types of implementations. These are things such as a requirement in the water element that says that you must be on public sewer if you have a parcel that's less than 1/3 of an acre. That's ongoing. That's case by case. Rezoning property to be consistent with our land use diagrams. That is another type of implementation, so that your zoning is consistent with your land use for individual parcels. Your board has already said that you do not want us to modify these land use diagrams that would result in down zoning. So we have been very careful about working on the land use plans, the land use diagrams. We're incorporating the recommendations from the RINCON study. The planning committee's already reviewed those. They made a few more changes to them, but those are about ready to go out for public outreach right now. And then finally, we do have implementation. It entails updating things such as our development regulations. And that really entails a zoning ordinance, because the zoning ordinance is the primary vehicle for implementing your general plan. Zoning is the practice of designating permitted uses of land based on zones to separate one set of land uses from another to minimize conflicts among land uses and promote harmony and compatibility in communities. That is the purpose of zoning. Not that we ever have any conflicts, but again, that's the purpose. In our zoning districts, we have a lot of overlap. As the chairman read earlier, when we were on our last item, various types of commercial type uses are sometimes allowed in our residential districts, and vice versa. And if you have a commercial piece of property, we allow you to have a home there as well. So our zoning ordinance is not so segregated that there is no overlap. In fact, we have a lot of overlap. As I mentioned earlier, healthcare facilities are allowed in virtually all of our zoning districts with either as a permitted or a conditional use. Schools, churches, daycare facilities, all of those are allowed in almost all of our zoning districts. But the real purpose of zoning is really for a community's expectations. When you buy a piece of property, which is most people's biggest investment in their lives, is where they buy their home, right? They want to be able to know what's going to be next door or in their neighborhood when they buy. That's one of the biggest values of zoning, because it's a protection mechanism for people's property values and their property rights. You heard that again earlier this afternoon, where people are concerned about something moving into their neighborhood, changing the character, maybe affecting their property values. And then finally, zoning ordinances don't just talk about where you can have different types of uses. It also regulates densities and parcel sizes, building setbacks, and all those types of development standards. That's part of the zoning ordinance. There are different approaches to zoning. One of the more current ones is called form-based zoning. This provides more flexibility. And the concept behind form-based zoning is that rather than regulate the land uses so specifically, is that you regulate the appearance of community. So that provides more flexibility for property owners to move one business in or out of buildings. So the key here to me is really it's an ordinance that is based more on physical appearance and design controls, very heavily oriented towards having development standards. And this has not been used a lot in California. Where it is used, it's in cities, not counties. There are a couple of the metropolitan counties that have a couple neighborhoods that have form-based zoning, but it's usually a hybrid type zoning ordinance. A city might have what we think of as zoning ordinance that allows the different uses, but then they'll have some of these form-based codes for very specific communities. So I just want to go over that because there's been interest in looking at alternative zoning types. Euclidean zoning. This is the zoning that we use in Tuolumne County and have since our first zoning ordinance was adopted in 1959. This type of zoning was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1926 in Village of Euclid, Ohio versus Ambler Realty. That's why it's called Euclidean zoning. It's named after a little village in Ohio. This is the classic zoning where you divide land uses by zones. The benefits of this particular zoning are that it's very effective, easy to implement, long established legal precedent to support it, and familiarity. And again, this is what most people think of when they think of zoning. It is the most common type in the United States. And as I said, this is what we currently use. Our zoning ordinance is based upon the existing general plan. It promotes public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare. I wanted to point out one provision, section 1706.060, which says that land shall not be used in any manner other than as allowed in the Uniform Zoning Ordinance. So what that means is if a use is not listed as either permitted or conditionally permitted, or is not similar to a use that is so listed, then it's not allowed. This came up recently on the medical marijuana ordinance, which selling medical marijuana is not allowed in our county because of this particular section. It is not similar to a drugstore. It's not similar to other types of uses in the county. It's a unique type use that we do not allow, so therefore it is prohibited until we change our ordinance. There's been a suggestion to modify our zoning ordinance so that it would be changed so that uses would be allowed. So then that's basically the opposite. If a use is not prohibited, then it's allowed. And could you do that? Well, under California Government Code, there's not a lot about zoning. And it's interesting. The government code goes pages and pages, and section on general plans, but zoning gets very little attention. And you're actually not required to even have a zoning ordinance if you don't want one. All 58 counties in California do, however, have zoning ordinances. But you have a lot of flexibility. So if you really want to do this, you could. The drawbacks are that if there was a use that you said it's okay because it's not prohibited and it becomes a problem, you don't really have a mechanism to deal with it. It's there. It's a legal use. So that would kick it into, if you now change the ordinance to say, well, you can't do that, it becomes nonconforming or grandfathered in. And once you have a grandfathered or nonconforming use, then it gets to continue unless you have a program, which some jurisdictions do, This is very typical for signs where they will provide an amortization period to say, okay, you've got this sign, we changed the rules, you've got to remove it, but we'll give you 5 years, 7 years, 10 years to do it in. And that way they have time to, again, recover the costs that they used when they invested in that. Other jurisdictions actually have monetary compensation. So if they want you to cease that use, then they would compensate you. Expensive proposition would be very difficult to administer a program like that. But if you wanted to change it, we could. Adoption of a zoning ordinance is a discretionary action under CEQA. That means that we would have to look at the potential environmental impacts of every use that would be allowed in every zoning district. And because we say everything's allowed unless it's prohibited, I believe it would be virtually impossible to ever have a legally defensible environmental impact report for that process. And that's the particular problem with that. Also, I did survey other counties in California, and they virtually all use the Euclidean approach with a few using form-based codes. And there's no one that has a different type of zoning ordinance than similar to what we have right now. So, just a little information about zoning ordinance. Any comments, questions, discussion about the zoning ordinance before we move on to CEQA?
As I'm just thinking about how this moves forward, and we're a couple of years down the road, we've got all this general plan ready to be enacted. You said that there wouldn't be any down zoning, that you'd be kind of given instructions not to do any down zoning in the process. So whoever has a piece of property today won't get down zoned from that. But it could change. Voluntary, okay, yeah, involuntary. I'm talking about the involuntary part of it. However, the regulations inside of that zoning can change, right? Where
That's right.
I mean, it's not
Yes.
unlike you used to be able to build an 800 square foot house to the mother-in-law quarters, and now it's 1,200 or
That's
whatever
right.
the numbers are. You know?
That's right.
So in the process of doing this, we will have involuntary impacts. Maybe good impacts, maybe bad impacts, but involuntary impacts on the public in general that they're not going to understand.
That's right.
And so it's just a word of caution. Somehow or another, we have to figure out how to do this in such a way that the person's largest investment ever doesn't all of a sudden end up being something different than what they bought 20 years ago, right? And it will be something different than what they bought, but as little different as possible, or as painless as possible, or something. You know, there's a hornet's nest inside of there, right? And I'm not suggesting a solution, just identifying a problem.
Well, that is one of the biggest problems with the planning process, is that, as I mentioned at the beginning, public outreach and input is so vital to a successful general plan. And yet, people aren't interested at this level. We're at the macro level. We're at the top of the pyramid, talking about general plans. They get involved when there is a project proposed next door. I mean, we just witnessed that. We just had that earlier this afternoon. So we see it time and time again in our office. We did extensive public outreach in 1996. We had over 100 public meetings. We published the general plan as an insert in the Union Democrat. We had hearings, because we had 4 planning commissions. We had hearings before the planning commissions and then also the Board of Supervisors. We didn't see, and we sent every property owner got a notice in the mail. And yet, 2 days after it's adopted, come at the county and count. I didn't know anything about it.
Right.
I mean, I don't think you're ever going to change human nature. People become interested for whatever reason, and it's very difficult to get that kind of feedback now, and that's why it's not unusual after you adopt the general plan and then even revise the zoning ordinance based upon it, is that a couple years later you make significant changes, because that's why people start coming, asking questions. Can I do this? Can I do that? You find some unintended consequences, that type of thing. So it's not a perfect process. But I understand exactly what you're saying.
I would suggest that even though maybe you didn't get the level of involvement you'd hoped you would have gotten in '96, that didn't make that a worthwhile effort.
Oh,
Because,
no, it definitely
for one thing,
was.
and nothing else, you can say, hey, look, I tried.
That's
right?
right.
I tried to tell you, right?
That's right.
And you have that, you can go into it with somewhat of a clear conscience that.
And it's a lot easier today. We've got the internet today. You know, we've got information posted. People are interested, they can get the information much easier than in the old days.
Yeah, and I didn't make the comment earlier on, and I apologize for kind of forcing us backwards here a little bit, but when you look at the flow chart of the process, we get down to a point where we've done the AR, and then the public gets involved on the flow chart. You know, that's when the public meeting, that kind of thing. And of course, by that point in time, we're pretty vested in the solution, right? So any way we can get more public involved earlier in the process would be a good thing. All the things you said, you know, notwithstanding that we do have that challenge of getting people involved before they need to. But
That's right. That's a very simplistic flow chart. The public hearings are at the end, but public input is can be right now. All of the planning committee meetings are open to the public. It's their Brown Act. We did outreach for the blueprint. We had very limited response to that type of thing. We've sent out information. We're trying to get people interested. I think we'll be starting soon on perhaps some outreach, maybe on the radio, some things like that, that maybe more people will listen to that, mymotherlode.com, as well as our own county website. But you're right, it's people can be involved right now. It's an open process, but we're not seeing them at the meetings.
Maybe that outreach needs to be specific invites to, you know, Chamber of Commerce's and realtor boards and people that actually have, you know, reason to spend time with this, you know, that it's part of their real job as opposed to just somebody that does this on the side.
Okay, our last section, Ron.
What percentage of the zoning would you say is not consistent with the general plan?
Right now?
Yeah.
We, despite our good efforts in the 90s to bring everybody into compliance, things got busy and we had to put that aside. So I would say there's probably still a good 25% out there.
From
parcels.
From a Board of Supervisors standpoint, does general plan trump zoning, or are they equal, or, you know, what would you, you know, how are they looked at?
All zoning must be consistent with the general plan. The general plan is your top of the pyramid. That's the Constitution. If you have a use that is grandfathered in, that's inconsistent with your general plan, there are special provisions for that. You can continue. And that's, not all jurisdictions are that way, but Tuolumne County has always been very generous about grandfathering to say, you know, your example, somebody bought 20 years ago and said you could do that, and we changed the rules. Tuolumne County says you can keep doing that. Other jurisdictions, no, you got a period of time to bring into compliance. So. Okay, CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Now, this could go on for days. I'm going to do it in about 5 minutes. This is a really quick overview, and if anyone wants more training on CEQA, I would work with Carlin. And maybe even, there are land use attorneys who volunteer their time to give these kinds of talks. We had Jim Moose here a few years ago. He's really the godfather of CEQA. So, you know, we could also bring somebody else in, but, you know, CEQA, there's a lot of nuances to it, but there are some basics, too. CEQA was adopted in the 1970s as to really just establish a process. There really is no mystery to CEQA. You hear at public hearings, maybe the opponent's attorney gets up and says, CEQA says you got to do this, and CEQA says you got to do that. Well, CEQA does say a lot of things, but the bottom line is it's a procedure. And if you followed the procedure spelled out in CEQA, that even though you had the most unpopular decision, it could still be legal. It's just, again, you have to follow the process. And that's what CEQA is all about. It's a process. Well, we'll get to that. You get the different levels. But the whole purpose of CEQA, again, is a process to provide informed decision-making and disclosure of projects' potential significant environmental impacts. That's bottom line. That's what CEQA is all about. It's intended to be used with existing powers granted to public agencies. You have the police powers, the Board of Supervisors. You have a lot of power, and this CEQA doesn't give you any more powers than what you already have. But one thing it does do, it does require that you identify those significant impacts of a project and to establish and monitor the implementation of all feasible measures to mitigate those impacts. So just because somebody says, well, I really can't afford it, well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not feasible. So mitigation is probably the one thing that people feel that you have more authority on, but you don't. You already have that under the police car. CEQA just says you have to do it. Okay. So we already went over informed decision-making. One of the primary premises of CEQA is that we're trying to avoid or reduce environmental damage. And we do that by requiring changes in the project. When you talk about a neg deck, the idea there is you're changing your project so you won't have those potential impacts, that you've addressed them. This also provides disclosure of, even though the project has these horrible impacts and the Board of Supervisors approves it anyway, CEQA says you must explain why you did what you did. Why did you make that decision when there's still going to be environmental impacts? Okay, so what does the CEQA apply to? It only applies to government actions. And those include activities that are undertaken by a government agency. So adoption of the general plan, adopting or updating our zoning ordinance, constructing a new public building, the new Law and Justice Center buildings, constructing a new road in the county. Those are all actions that are taken by the county itself, and those are all subject to CEQA. Other projects that are subject are activities financed whole and or part by governmental agencies. This could be a housing project that's built by a private company, but they're using state money. Or they have federal money would put you underneath it, but state bond funds, let's say. And then finally, the one that we use on the daily basis really is the private activities which require discretionary approval from, in this case, the county, such as a tentative subdivision map, such as that use permit you considered earlier today. Those are the types of actions that involve CEQA. There are different levels of review. We have exemptions from CEQA. There are two types, statutory and categorical. We have negative declarations, and we have environmental impact report. Statutory exemption. Those are exemptions that are actually in state code that the state has expressly granted. Some typical ones, actually there's a very long list of statutory exemptions, but some of the main ones are emergency projects. Makes sense. You got to go out there and fix the dam that broke before it gets any worse. Ministerial projects, such as the issuance of a building permit. That's by law, that's statutorily exempt from CEQA. So if you're building a new project and all you need is a building permit, you come to our counter, you get it, there's no CEQA review. And then, but you know, you're usually talking about small projects, but stadiums and raceways. The new Kings Arena in Sacramento is statutorily exempt from CEQA. Why? Because the state legislature exempted it. There's also a motorway down in Southern California that was exempt from CEQA as well. So the size of the project is not necessarily related to the type of review. Then we have categorical exemptions, and these are the ones that you often see cited in projects that come before you. CEQA has a list of different classes of projects. Different types, classes of projects that are usually very small projects, or they could be fairly large, but they normally would not have an effect on the environment. For example, when you rezone property to open space, doesn't matter if it's half an acre or 500 acres. That's still, we use a categorical exemption from CEQA because there's an exemption that says it's an action taken by the decision-making body to protect the environment. So what's open space zoning? Its purpose is to protect the environment. So that's one of our classic examples of categorical exemptions. But there are others. Grading on a small scale can be exempt. Maintaining our roads are fit under a categorical exemption under CEQA. But classic California, even though we have exemptions, we have exceptions to the exemptions. So even though that project may be fairly small, normally we would say it's exempt, If it's located within a particularly sensitive environment, that may then take it out of the exemption and require it to go through an initial study process. And what the state defines as particularly sensitive are scenic areas, areas with significant historic, biological, or other resources designated, precisely mapped, and officially adopted pursuant to law by federal, state, or local agencies. So that's pretty broad. So we do have to, whenever we're looking at a project, we first see, can we exempt it? And then we have to see, are there any exemptions to that exemption that might apply? So next we're going to go to the negative declaration. So first step, project submitted, we look, we can't exempt it, it's not statutorily or categorically exempt. So the next step is we prepare in what was called an initial study. Through this process, we do early consultation, we contact neighboring property owners, we contact agencies who may be interested in the project, and through that consultation and our own resources that we review, we identify the project's potential effects. And then we also look at if there is an effect, can it be reduced or mitigated to a less than significant level? If we can, then we can prepare a mitigated negative declaration. And if we go through this initial study process and find at the end of it that there are no significant impacts and no mitigations required, then you can prepare a neg deck. In reality, there are no neg decks. They're all mitigated neg decks. So, though we keep calling them neg decks, but they in reality are mitigated. The idea here is that the developer will work with us to agree to mitigation measures that will bring those impacts down to that less than significant level. And you do it through conditions of approval. It could be actually modifying the project by redesigning it or moving buildings over or whatever it may be. That's how you can qualify for a neg deck.
Beth, kind of a comment here, I guess. This, of course, consumes all of our controversial time at the Planning Commission.
That's right.
And there's this gray area about what's significant, what's not significant, whether it's categorically exempt or not categorically exempt. I think somewhere in the future it would be worthwhile a session like this for one of your staff to go and say, okay, here's a situation. It could be mythical if you want, but here's a situation. I had to make a decision as to whether this was significant or not significant. Here's how I made that decision. Because we're left kind of just trusting staff. Staff said, we put a check mark by this is not significant. We look at something at the high level and we have to just kind of trust that, which is okay, but I think we'd better if we had some background on that somewhere in the future.
So we're very trustworthy.
Yeah.
Yes, we can certainly do that, and actually we could take, easy to pull up maybe an older project, so it's not something current, and go through those steps. This is the decision-making process. Often it involves consultants, as you know. There might be a biologist involved or an archaeologist, and we do rely on their expertise. If an archaeologist says, there's a potential impact, they're going to be building over this, let's go out. We took a look at it, we studied it, we determined it's not a significant resource, or it is, but it's okay if you mitigate it this way. We do rely on that as well as just staff's expertise as well. But that's certainly an exercise we can go through at the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
And there's always the result when you put in your due diligence, you make a very excellent determination, and then they sue anyway.
That's right. That's right. And that's part of the process. Speaking of lawsuits, this is a very important finding in a court case called Laurel Heights many years ago. If it can be fairly argued, based on substantial evidence in light of the whole record, that a project may have a significant effect on the environment, an EIR must be prepared. And this fair argument test is really what hangs people up with the neg decks, because fair argument is easy to argue. Anyone can come up with an idea. It can't just be your opinion, but if I live in that neighborhood for 20 years and I have seen X, Y, and Z over the years, this project's going to do that, that's been upheld by the courts as being substantial evidence, because that person, even though I was not an expert in the field, had local knowledge. Planning commissioners have been cited in the past as having extra expertise that where it was an effect on things that they had said in a processing project that the court said, well, the Planning Commission said. And so that gives given greater weight. So anyway, that's a very important clause, and this is why, again, it's a very low threshold for filing a lawsuit on a neg deck and losing. And EIRs are not bulletproof, but they do provide more protection if a project is controversial and might likely end up in litigation. So what's the big deal about an EIR? Our neg decks are sometimes 70 pages. Isn't that big enough? Isn't that enough analysis? Well, an EIR does include some additional features than just a neg deck. One is that alternatives to the project must be addressed in an EIR. We also, identify impacts, measures to mitigate. All feasible measures must be incorporated. But a key additional thing are the alternatives. And neg decks typically don't include those. Could we add those in the future? Yes. Most developers, I don't think, would want to go through that process. It would take a lot of extra time. But by going through the EIR process, which has additional steps as far as a longer period of public review, you are required by law to respond to every comment in writing, and that becomes your final EIR, the draft plus all those responses to comments. If after you go through that process and you find that there are still impacts that can't be mitigated to a less than significant level, even though you've incorporated all the feasible mitigation measures, or there are unavoided consequences, then that's not where the project stops. What the EIR process allows you to do as a decision-making body is to recognize that there are going to be impacts that cannot be fully mitigated, and to adopt overriding considerations by making a finding that the benefits of the project outweigh the significant effects of the environment, on the environment. And this is the only way through an EIR that you are authorized to do that.
So sorry. I'm not going to repeat myself because that was shorten it. If you have conflict between experts in testimony, you really are going to have to do an EIR, because in an EIR process you can weigh the two experts' conflicting opinions and decide, I agree with expert A, not expert B. In the neg deck process or mitigated neg deck, conflicting experts would be the basis for a fair argument in light of the whole record that the project may have significant environmental impact.
So because we're working on an update of the general plan, and what's the general plan all about? It's about growth, right? Growth and future development. We are just assume that we need to do an EIR, because when you look at growth of the entire county, there are going to be impacts from that growth that cannot be mitigated. So right off the bat, we know we'll be doing an EIR, and through that process, we're going to be evaluating potential impacts of the growth, but also the effectiveness of the plans and programs we have in the general plan to address those impacts. So in our biological resources section, which we just worked on yesterday, if we are have policies in there that ag lands provide open areas that can address potential impacts, that type of thing, we'll look at that, and is that appropriate? Where we have proposed some thresholds of significant, we'll be evaluating those under CEQA to say, is this, when you actually analyze countywide growth, is that an appropriate policy or program to have? The outcome might be adding more policies, might be adding more programs, might be removing some, might be recommending more changes to the policies and programs. So that's what we will do through the EIR process. And at the end of the process, we will be certifying the EIR before the board can actually adopt the general plan. And finally, last slide, the other value of going through this general plan update with a brand new certified EIR is that this will provide for permit streamlining. Because when we are implementing the general plan through rezoning parcels over here to be consistent with the land use diagram, when we are updating the zoning ordinance to be consistent or other development regulations, those have already been addressed. Those changes on the broad basis would have been addressed in the EIR, either fully, or it can be what we call tiering. We can say that EIR addressed that and supplement it, but you don't have to start over again. A big benefit to individual development projects is that they can do the same thing. Someone wants to do an infill housing development, may be able to rely on the general plan, EIR, because what they're doing is consistent with the general plan. It was just adopted. We know what the environmental effects are. They're abiding by all the policies, and they may be able to just use that EIR. Or again, this idea of tiering is we've got all these studies that have just been done. You can rely on those rather than having to do individual study. So this is very beneficial for new individual development projects after adoption of your general plan. Yes, sir? Nothing's ever bulletproof. Nothing's ever bulletproof. However, if the EIR is challenged, or I mean it's not, let's say the process is not challenged, it does, because there's a shelf life to EIRs. And if, you know, especially the first few years when this is all fresh, up-to-date information, it's rather hard to argue against it. There might be some unique circumstance, but we would, again, use information from the general plan, from the database developed through this process, in preparing those environmental documents. Is it bulletproof? Nothing's ever bulletproof. There's been a lot of commentary about how it's been misused over the years. Yeah. Yes.
Rob mentioned something that I'm thinking about that was intriguing, and I hope you guys will look at it. And I'd like to hear more about it. Was the ag clustering? Because as I'm looking at our ag ranches, as I look at it, our ag ranches and the next generation, it does seem like there would be some some advantages to be able to, instead of putting roads in to go to the next couple 100-acre parcel, to be able to maybe have the opportunity to do some clustering, and there could be some environmental benefits. So I'm hoping you guys will look at that.
We can certainly look at what other jurisdictions have done. We can allow that now on parcels that are not under the Williamson Act. See, that's the issue. Yeah. Right. Right. Any other questions? Yes, Jerry.
You mentioned how this EIR process was, planned effectively provides cover for the folks that are coming in fresh on its tail, trying to do something that is consistent with that.
That's right.
And that a few years down the road, that cover gets less and less valuable.
That's true, yes, because information becomes dated.
Is there something that we could do at a macro level every few years to where that cover stays there? I mean, run fresh ER, I don't know how expensive that is, but something so that we continue to have the streamline, the benefits of this. Because this plan can be in place for 21 years. Right?
That's right.
So 15 of those 20 years, that particular feature is not being back.
Well, we've eked out more than 5 years, to tell you the truth. You're right. It has a declining value the older it gets. Could you do something? Yes, you could actually do something like that. Would there be a benefit? That's just something that a supervisor would have to decide at the time, because it would be expensive.
But it might be something that somebody would want to develop or spend some money putting in a new business or something to compare two counties and say, oh, this one I can get through quicker because my EIR cover's going to be there.
Well,
Maybe reading too much into it, but it seems like there might be a point in it.
I think the better thing would be as to what studies are the ones that need to be updated and do some individual type work like that. But, it's interesting. I'm looking at Sharon out there. Even cultural resource study, you think, okay, they've studied it, it's old. Those go out of date, too. It's interesting because you think, well, once you've studied it, what else would you do? But its value, the value of that resource changes over time. It might become more valuable as it gets even older, or maybe there were some modifications to it so it's less valuable. So even that type of thing, you think, you shouldn't have to keep studying things. But the answer is, I'm sure there's a way to do it.
The other thing that strikes me with some of this is that, if we were to do this work in 2007 versus 2009, it would look significantly different. Just because of the events of 2008, for example, which just shows you how strikingly wrong we can be when we're talking about the future.
Oh, I totally agree. And I think you'd see a tremendous amount more interest in this. If we were still growing the way we were in 2006, 2007, there'd be a lot more people interested in this whole process because they're seeing their neighborhoods change rapidly. When you don't have a lot of growth, people aren't particularly interested.
It just feels like doing anything once every 20 years kind of makes you wonder, how valuable is it if it can last for 20 years? I just argue that there's some value to doing something on a rolling basis,
But
so you don't have a 19-year-old plan.
That's why we update the elements. We don't. Very few of our elements haven't been updated since 1970s. Noise is one, but most of our elements have been updated over time for various reasons, and that's where I think when you're referring to is there a way to keep things fresh. Every time you update an element, you could do a new environmental for that if it was worthwhile, depending on the number of changes and that type of thing. But that's why I think our process this time is really, in some ways, much simpler than we were doing 20 years ago when we were starting from scratch. I'm done, so. You're welcome. Oh, good. I hope so.
I thought you guys was done. No, we got a lot.
Good job, Bev.
Just kidding. Okay. Is it working? Yeah, there we go. All right, we're back in business here. Would the clerk please read, where did we leave off? 17. And actually, you don't have to read it. I'll just do it.
I have to read it.
Oh, you have to?
Well, I don't.
Read it.
Chairman appointment to the Vision Sonora Implementation Committee.
Okay. Sherry and me. Can you read item 19?
Consideration of approving the following correspondence to United States Forest Service on the Board of Supervisors prior request for information on after-action review on REM 2013 fire.
Staff report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just brought this back as requested last time, and as of this afternoon, the message back was that the letter was with the Office of the Executive Secretary. That's Vilsack's office, sorry. Different topic. Anyway, it's with the Office of Executive Secretary. I believe that's still with Vilsack's office. Then it will be forwarded to the Secretary for signature. They didn't give a timeline, but they said that's exactly where it sits.
Where'd you get that information?
This came through Susan Skalski, who just got back in the office this afternoon, and she made calls back to Washington, D.C. to give us this information. So.
But that was the information we heard on March 3rd also, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It said, that one actually said it was on the Secretary's desk. This is more specific. So that's where it's at, to the best of my knowledge. So you could direct that a letter be sent under Chairman's signature, or whatever your pleasure is.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I would recommend that we direct staff to draft a letter for signature by the chairman, and then at the next board meeting, approve that letter and send it out.
Should we not, if we have not received?
If we have not, obviously, we're not going to send one if we receive it. But that would be my recommendation, is we just direct staff to draft a letter at this time.
Motion?
That's his motion, I would second that.
Yeah, that's a motion.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second, and I would agree with that. And then the only other thing I wanted to bring up was, we talked about in the letter an independent investigation, and I was thinking of what that would look like. One of the things I looked at was grand jury, and our grand jury here, it's a civil grand jury, deals with county and city issues. It doesn't have jurisdiction over federal issues, but I found other cases around the country where grand juries did look into those situations. They don't have subpoena power, but they can put a report together, and I think with all the rumors and information that's floating around, that would be a way to potentially boil down some of the truth. So I would just pose that as an idea and ask that maybe county council look into the viability of actually doing that, and then come back and report to us at that next agenda item also, or separate item, or whatever.
And the independent investigation capability that Vilsack has control over, since we asked him for that, is his own internal, and I'm not sure what his department calls it, but most departments call it an inspector general. So what we asked him for was an independent, a investigation independent of the Forest Service. So it would come out of USDA, and my expectation would be that he would either say that he doesn't think that that's necessary, or that he would empower his inspector general equivalent to do that. Yes. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so is there any other comments or a call for the question? Randy?
Well, we already continued this. I'm just making a point, we continue this thing. We don't get it back by the next meeting, are we going to continue it again? Because we're going to get the report. Well, it's on the Bill Sachs desk.
I think we just said we're going to send a letter if we don't get an answer back.
Yeah,
I know, but that's what we said last time.
But we don't.
That was my thing last time, but.
But we don't have a letter to approve right now, so that's my problem with it.
Okay.
Okay, call for the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, where are we at? Is it 20?
Consideration of approving
There
a
we go.
policy related to board members' alternates to the board committees and commissions.
Okay,
Okay, and the board had previously asked that there's just, because of those times where the regular delegates and alternates to your board committees or commissions can't make it, that can lead to the board being either underrepresented or potentially due to lack of quorum, cancellation of meetings altogether. Your board was asked to have to come back with a policy that would allow a more flexible way to have those meetings covered in that event. So in the memo is such a policy that I offer to you. You know, reviewed it with Sarah, and it seems to be the best thing that we could come up with. I'll just read it short. In the event a regular delegate of any board, committee, commission, or other organization cannot attend a meeting and the designated alternate is unable to attend in their place, any other member of the Board of Supervisors may serve as an alternate for that meeting. It will be the responsibility of the regular delegate who cannot attend a meeting to find the replacement and arrange for information for the meeting to be provided to the alternate.
I move on staff recommendation.
A second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, next one.
Board of
We got
Equalization.
Recess as Board of Supervisors, reconvene as Board of Equalization. Read 21.
Consideration of adopting a policy establishing the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors as the chair and vice chair of the Board of Equalization.
So moved.
Second.
Public comment? Call for the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Okay, I will adjourn as the BOE, reconvene as Columbia County Water Agency. And please read item 22.
Consideration of adopting a policy establishing the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors as the chair and vice chair of the Columbia County Water Agency.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public comment?
Sherry and me. Sherry,
Sherry moved. Okay. Carl seconded. 5-0. Okay, I will adjourn Tuolumne County Water Agency, and let's move to item 23, reports. If anybody has anything really important, please share it.
I just want to share a quick report on the trip to Washington, D.C.
Yep.
I think it's worth it to the board.
Yep.
NACO is a pretty vibrant organization. I was really impressed by it. I attended the Federal Lands Policy Committee. I intended to also attend the EELC, which is the Ecology, Environmental, Land Use Committee. I was precluded from attending that, dealing with my wife's situation, long distance over the phone. But both those committees were recommended to me, and I have, with no commitment, I have volunteered to work on those committees if I continue to represent our county with NACO. They can do without my representation if that's the decision of the board, but I would want to be involved in both of those committees. Most of that is teleconference work, obviously, would incur no additional travel. But some really good speakers in the general sessions, as you can imagine. There is an organization that I would recommend that you go look at, and that is nolabels.org. It is a bipartisan organization that is committed to increasing cross-aisle communications in Washington, D.C. It is co-founded by, and I may get these wrong, but a retired Democratic senator and a Republican governor, now representative, I believe. But the Democrat senator was one of the speakers, and he mentioned that he had been in the Senate for 12 years and that the entire Senate had convened to talk about issues 3 times in 12 years. These folks are committed to improving that kind of communication, and I thought it was worthwhile. I would ask you to, if you wish, to go ahead and look at that website. They've got about 96 or 98, I can't remember the number, not quite 100, and it's like 42 or 48-42, the Democrats and Republicans that have signed on. It is not ollie oxen free. They are accepting people into the organization. You have to gain acceptance, so it's not just anybody can get in. That was very encouraging. I will say that the Western States contingent is very strong, and the issues that we care passionately about, forestry management, federal land use, water issues, the linkages of all of those are very, very strongly fought for by NACO. The Western side, I was anticipating that it would be an Eastern-centric organization, and I think it's a very balanced organization. I do believe that the Western Interstates Regional Conference is also worthwhile pursuing. That's where a lot of the people that are on the land use, Federal Lands Policy Committee and the EELC are represented from the Western states. Anyway, that's my report. I thought it was a valuable trip. I'm glad I went. I'm glad I made the personal investment that I did, and I'll do it again. I think it is a good organization, and I would recommend that we stay involved.
Thanks, Carl. Randy?
Just one thing. Supervisor Brenner and I both went to a meeting last week sponsored by RCRC and CSAC with the California Water Foundation, and they're taking input for the governor on groundwater. I know Supervisor Roderford's planning to go this week, which is 2 days away. We need to be there. I encourage someone else to go and listen and to give our input. things are going to happen on groundwater. We need to be ahead of that game, and we need to be participating for our constituents.
Thanks, Randy.
And I just want to add to that, because from the dialogue that I heard, there definitely is a movement. The movement is very strong, and it will come here, and we need to have our voice in that conversation.
John?
Just one quick one. Yesterday, the Groveland Rotary presented a trailer to animal control.
Oh, cool.
Here. And I just want to read the plaque on it. It says, "In recognition for the effort to save stock animals during the 2013 rimfire, this trailer is donated to Tuolumne County Animal Control. The following are recognized for their contributions for providing and refurbishing this trailer. Trailer donated by John and Jeannie Brunk. Trailer refurbished by Groveland Rotary Club. Money material donated by Rotary District 5220, Banks Glass, Kelly Moore Paint, Down to Earth Hardware, and the Sign Store Plus." So
That's
it was
awesome.
It was something that Animal Control really needed, and I think it was a good effort on the Groveland Rotary to do that.
Awesome.
All right, one real quick one on NACO.
Sure.
I gave, for the other supervisors, I gave Craig Pedro a book with all the printed material that I brought back from NACO, so if you're interested, you can get it.
Good. One question on that. The speakers that you mentioned, can you go to NACO's website and click on, like we can do with CSAC, and find some?
I believe you can. I haven't tried it, but I think you can, and it's in the written material that I brought back as well.
Okay, thank you.
NoLabels.org is the organization.
I've seen tweets from him before. Jeff Denham is involved. County Council Clerk, CAO.
Just a couple items. I know there's a lot of interest in the, were they going to extend the reduction in the fish releases out of Lyons? And we just confirmed today with the Regional Director of OES, Eric Lamoureux. He spoke personally with Alvin Tolma, the PG&E Director of Hydropower. He had the waiver in hand, and no reduction in flow or increase in flow was going to occur. So I know that was a big interest to everybody. And then the other thing, just to follow up from this morning, because it was kind of left with a cloud, as far as that inspector, the expense for the inspector, this is the additional being paid for with Rush Creek. That expense, $17,200, was indeed in the mid-year estimate, but that $49,000 increase in revenues was based on current year trends only, and it did not have yet any of the Rush
Building
Creek
activity is up.
in
without
general.
that.
So the Rush Creek, the $17,200 for Rush Creek was not in there yet, and that's good news in the sense that means your fund balance will be $17,200 higher than what we talked about
That's
this
good because
morning.
people are working, too.
Yeah, and again, just to say, you know, May 20th is the day, you know, promise to come back, and that's when we'll talk about those high-priority restoration positions. That's it.
Thank you. And I don't have a report, so could the clerk please read our closed session?
Closed session conference with, actually, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority, Government Code Section 54957D1, Title County Council, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 5495691, Tuolumne County versus Dale Parker et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 58492, and conference with Labor Counsel Craig Pedro and Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 5495776, all bargaining units.
Thank you. Do we anticipate anything to report out? No. Public comment? All right. We will go to